I'm manifesting through the pain. I reach for you like a fading ghost, like a vapor of smoke. You look back but didn't see me. One day you'll notice something missing, and you'll turn to look for me, and I'll be gone. Just a memory, a fleeting memory, forever chasing me like a haunted cemetery. Forever you'll be missing me. I'm manifesting through the pain, like a whisper lost in the rain. In the night I'd fading like a ghost train. You have only yourself to blame. An empty carriage, a carnival of pain, with ghosts standing in the rain. My memory, your pain. Just a memory, a fleeting memory, forever chasing me like a haunted cemetery. Forever you'll be missing me. I'm manifesting through the pain. In darkness you'll scream my name, but no one will hear. It's just you and your fear. I'll never be near. You'll imagine me, my hands are chained, my ghost dancing. Looking into my eyes, you'll see all your lies. You'll remember all the tears I cried. Just a memory, a fleeting memory, forever chasing me like a haunted cemetery. Forever you'll be missing me. Just a memory, a fleeting memory, forever chasing me like a haunted cemetery. Forever you'll be missing me. The tide is turning, and not in our favor. The wave reaching a dismal height. A new cycle has begun. The collapse of kingdoms, a new world rising, politics colliding. The truth becoming a stranger. The mouth of a new era opening wider. A
creation, a symbolic revelation, a vision of darkness, a creature born from the chaos, a collective consciousness, brutal and godless. Prophecy, prophecy, the second coming, a prophecy, a warning. Prophecy, prophecy, the second coming, a prophecy, a warning. 2,000 years, the end of an era, history moves, it bends. When morals and spirituality become extinct to humanity, salvation hides where many won't seek, as an uncontrollable darkness swallows the world whole. Prophecy, prophecy, the second coming, a prophecy, a warning. Prophecy, prophecy, the second coming, a prophecy, a warning. The future looks grim from here to end as darkness slithers in, up from your desert sand. A beast rises, a lion body ahead of a man, a soulless blank gaze, pitiless. An ancient power moving with purpose, showing no mercy, pushing itself into being. Cold, slow, and inevitable. Birds flying in confusion as the ghostly remnants remain as echoes of the old world are left in. And prophecy, prophecy, the second coming, a prophecy, a warning. Prophecy, prophecy, the second coming, a prophecy, a warning. Prophecy, a warning. A warning.
Is it safe to fall asleep? Is it safe to dream? Eyes open to all these weird things. Alice knew what she had to do. Keep calm and journey on. A splendid time it could be, taking the high road blissfully. Time was ticking, the Mad Hatter was slipping, the mushrooms were kicking, the journey was about to begin. Hectic white rabbit racing against the clock, but Alice had another thought. She knew she ruled the plot, so she ate this and drank that. Was simple as tit for tat. Time was ticking, the Mad Hatter was slipping, the mushrooms were kicking, the journey was about to begin. A caterpillar smoke rings, he really thought he knew things. Two sides to the same thing, blowing smoke rings, cool and cryptic, but Alice didn't miss it. Big or small, Alice would not fall. Time was ticking, the Mad Hatter was slipping, of madness with clarity as the Cheshire cat kept grinning. Alice took what she could and headed back into the woods. Time was ticking, the Mad Hatter was slipping, the mushrooms were kicking, the journey was about to begin. Mad Hatter tea party with dormers and hair, they could have lost their minds anywhere, but it was neither here nor there, for Alice really didn't care. Tea time with madmen, a swamp of thoughts. Alice got up and walked off. Time was ticking, the Mad Hatter was slipping, the mushrooms were kicking, the journey was about to begin. Unbothered soul.
Sorry for interrupting the great music there, folks. Welcome to Paranormal Roundtable. I'm your host, Josh Turner. I'm sleepy, and this is the real reality right here. Reality, I'm tired. I don't know if you can see, I'm sleepy. I've been up all day dealing with stuff. Oh, God. I had about 5 or 6, about 6 meetings today. Mondays are brutal. I mean, they're just so brutal if you work. But from what I hear, there are people who are in this field that I previously thought they didn't have jobs, but now they're claiming they're workaholics. They have jobs and they're workaholics. I didn't know that. I stand corrected. Sorry. I didn't realize that they were. I thought that they just ran a roach circus, but apparently this one guy, he's a workaholic. Yeah, I'll bet. Oh, man. Monkey see, monkey do, right? You do something, I do something. I'm gonna do more. I pee standing up. Watch, I do. You do, I do. We'll do you what you do. It's kind of their motto, isn't it? Oh, man, I'm telling you. I got a crazy thing to show you guys today. Crazy. Oh. How's everybody today? It's a Monday. Let's bring on our guest. What's up, Richard? How you doing?
Amazing. How are you, sir?
What do you call me, sir?
I don't know. How are you
Do you
today?
do that? Do you do that to be funny, or what are you doing?
It's respectful, I suppose. I call a lot of people sir, even women.
Well, you might get smacked up there in Canada. They're like, I'm a man.
Yeah, no kidding. You gotta watch who you call sir up here. That's for sure.
Yeah.
I actually had the one kid at the Walmart. Oh, sorry.
Did you fall?
No, I dropped my stupid phone. I don't have a camera.
Jeez,
Dropped my
guys are
phone.
going around.
I said to the kid at the who was doing the carts at Walmart, I'm like, hey man, like, how are you today? And he looked like I had slapped him in the face, and he put his head down. He goes, I'm not a man. And yeah, he looked like he was gonna freaking cry. It's like, oh, dude.
Up like a woman or something?
Nope, not at all. Not at all. I've seen him many times in town.
Wow.
Many, many times. So I guess he decided he's not on the boy train anymore.
Wow.
He's gonna, yeah, I know.
He's gonna transition into something else, a frog.
God bless him. I hope he figures it out.
Yeah,
Or
that's
it's too late.
He would tell you that they're not a man. That's like,
I know, like literally, he got real butthurt about it too. I was
masculinity's so toxic, it's just so toxic. It's better to be raised by your mama. It's mama. You do what you want. You grow up to be a troll.
I saw him try to pick up a chick one time on the bus, and it was a pretty sad state of affairs. And I felt kind of bad for the kid.
Oh, it's the same one?
Yeah, it was the same one. Yeah, small town kind of stuff, right?
Yeah. Mama, don't let your babies grow up to be disciplined. Yeah. Let them be cockroaches and trolls and such.
Yeah, he
Follow
was out,
him.
he was out having boots on the ground tonight.
Oh, because y'all didn't see his advertisement. What was it? He advertised. Let's see what he said.
Yeah, I was watching the
He's gonna,
clown show for a minute.
yeah, he's gonna get us. He said he's gonna get us. Let's see what he says here.
Well, his sister
Hey,
was
Wolf.
Waiting to get some people in the chat here. What's up, Sparky? How you doing?
Good. Mama was going to be in the chat for a minute, but I said sub. I think you just have to be there for like 10 minutes. And she's like, no, it's 3 days. So she is watching it right now.
Okay, so she's not coming on tonight?
I don't know. I think she wanted to fill it out. She's been fried pretty hard by some lives. That's why I told her I'd be here for her. And I know all the mods would protect the chat, so she wouldn't have to get hate. Or she's got a lot of emails after that last live that she was on.
Mm-hmm.
She's got a lot of bad emails and messages and stuff. So she's a little apprehensive.
Their camp does that. That's what they do. They try to terrorize people into submission. That's what they do. I wouldn't doubt if he tries to make some up to make it look like we did it or some bullshit, because that's what they do. It's very tiring.
How you doing, Sparky?
Doing good. Good as always. You know, just trying to hang in there and, you know, do my thing.
Nice. I like your wall behind you.
You gotta make sure you let Medicine Bear Claw know too that a lot of those messages are probably just one or two people that are unhinged, and the rest are probably just his fake accounts. I mean, that's he's the master of fake. Maybe we'll get some other amazing material, like you'll hear, "Mommy, no," and Christian. Like, why? There again, first of all, why would I call him an engine when he's not native? And why would the demon supposedly whisper Christian when he's not a Christian? These are the things that people want to know. The inquiring minds want to know. They want to know why this happens to them. It's crazy.
She does know that a lot of them are fake accounts, and there's at least one name that I knew that was email, because unfortunately she did put her email up because the people she works with, and so they probably went on, saw that, and just started sending stuff.
Yeah. Let me do one thing real quick, you guys. I'll just be right back.
Oh, jeez.
So what were you guys talking about? What happened?
So Elder was thinking about coming on and just trying to explain what happened with her, and to try to make sure the drama between the two doesn't come from here to her, because she's already getting it from the other side right now. She went on their live. The reason why I went on is because actually she was on, and I got notified she was on that live. I was like, okay, now I'm jumping in. She's got a lot of heat mail. She's got a lot of stuff. So she was trying to make sure everybody was cool with her. But she's worried about coming on because of the live she was on. They attacked her friends, her mods, her channel, herself. So she needs to understand that this group will not do that.
The internet's a toxic soup these days, bro.
Dude, there's more trolls than anybody, I tell you.
Yeah, no, there is. It's just par for the course at this point. Sadly, there's a lot of people out there with nothing better to do and no lives and whatever else, and it just I don't know, YouTube's a strange place sometimes.
Well, a lot of people get really bored and just try to do stuff.
Yep. Yeah, it's sad, but it's just the reality of the situation, I guess. What the hell are you gonna do?
I ignore some, and others I just deal with.
Yeah, I get it. You can't ignore everything. You also can't let these guys win by letting them get under your skin. I get it, though. If it's constant harassment, it's a completely different game. I don't know.
Yeah, it really depends. Of course, I've been on YouTube since like 2005. You know, you guys know my background. You get hate mail every day if you're a cop. You just do. I was an international carver, so I was worldly known, and everybody had my email address. So I got a lot of stuff from that, and then into the stuff working with kids, I got more stuff with that. So I got a lot of history dealing with people that just don't like you. Hi, Mama.
Hey,
Hello, son. Hello.
how you
Tanse,
doing?
Rocky. I'm Elder Medicine Bear Claw.
Nice
Thank
to
you for
see you.
having me. Pleasure to meet
So,
you.
folks, this is she already said her name, Elder Medicine Bear Claw. But we had a conversation earlier. It wasn't a real long conversation, but I told her she was welcome to come on, and I want everybody to be as respectful and polite as possible. And it better be possible. She went on another person's show, and they were not respectful because that's to be expected, because that's the kind of people they are. But here at PRT, we're not like that. Here at PRT, we do things the right way. So, here it is right here. So, I had a work call real quick. You close that door. Thanks, I appreciate it. Oh, it's okay. Never mind. Nothing against Nelly. So, anyways, Sparky, I'll just give you a quick rundown of what happened. Sparky went on to AI, Abnormal Investigations show, and got ganged up on by some people. He was talked over and backed into a corner and bullied. I have said this before. The link is right there. So if anybody wants to come on my show and face me, I mean, we're not going to gang up or do any of that. Also, I would be totally willing to go to any of their channels, and they can bring as many people just by myself. I don't need help. I won't go. I will not. You're not going to fluster me. You're not going to scare me. I will go to your channel, and you can bring as many people as you want to come on, and you can try to mute me and whatever. Because I know that if I go, my channel will go with me, and there'll be a lot of people. I mean, it's a way for them to boost their numbers. That's what they're always trying to do, is boost their numbers. And this way, you won't even have to pay for it, because he issued some kind of challenge earlier. I think maybe it was yesterday, but he said this Monday. He always attacks Monday because that's the night where we don't get a whole bunch of people in. But Sunday is a bigger night, that and Wednesday. But he says, oh, I'm gonna beat you really bad on Monday. So he goes out and does his whatever, feet on the pavement or whatever it is he does on Monday. And the whole time he's out there doing this too, he's basically just slandering us. So here's what I wanted to show you, Sparky and Bear Claw, and I don't know if I've shown you this, Richard, but this is straight up legit here. I'm going to show you this. You're going to be shocked when I show you this.
Something threw a rock at his truck tonight, hit the windshield.
I'm sure it did. It's probably one of his
I think his sister was in the woods because you could hear her coughing.
Are you serious?
I swear, yeah, she coughed.
You went and looked at that, dude?
Yeah.
So here's what we got here. I'm gonna show you this post here. This is, I guess I'm gonna go ahead and pin this post at the top so people can take a gander at it there. But this is the post right here. Now read that. You see what that says? 141,865 photos, 2,457 videos. Do you know what that mean? What those numbers are?
No, I'm a small.
Yeah, no. Here's what I'm going to tell you about those numbers. Those numbers, that is the amount of evidence we have against them. So we were to meet today, and I'll just go ahead and flat out say it. We were supposed to go to the cyber crimes unit today, but we had so much that we were still trying to get from so many different people that we're going to have to postpone it till tomorrow or Wednesday, because there's going to be so much for them to sift through. And these people really believe, that I think they do. I think they've made themselves believe this, that they're going to go to court and somehow they're going to be able to sit there in a court of law and convince any sane judge that they have a legitimate right to harass and bully and threaten, commit libel, slander, and defame us, which is just bizarre to me because they really have no respect for the rule of law, obviously. Another thing they don't have respect for are people's cultures. And one of their things that they like to do and say is that I am attacking Native Americans. Now, I'll say this again. My mother is a Comanche and Hispanic. Okay. One of my best friends he's now a chief for the Lipan. And Jerry Williams is a Choctaw tracker. We've had Doug Breen on the show, and he is Ojibwe. I'm friends with Yohola Tiger, War Cry, Sioux. People, well, we wouldn't call them Sioux. We would call them Lakota. But normal people here that don't know any better, they call them that. So here's what he said. He said, this is what he's going to do to us. He said, Josh Turner says, I get no views. You don't. He says, who wants to watch me kick his A tomorrow night on my live? Watch his numbers tonight and then mine tomorrow. I'm on fire. Oh, I don't know if you're going to light yourself on fire, but I can tell you this. You're a liar. And you're not going to get any legitimate views. You'll buy them.
So his
tomorrow.
pants will be on fire then.
Yes. By the way, you want to say hi, Anthony?
Hi, everybody.
This is my nephew.
What's up,
Sorry,
buddy?
I just got in.
Yeah.
Okay, Tante.
And so what's going to happen is he's going to go and buy some subs and views, I'm sure, and he'll probably make it to 10,000. But that's in the land of make-believe. We can all pretend like we are something that we are not.
Candyland.
Yeah, that's all good. But the truth is the truth. And Elder Mama, I'm sorry for the way you were treated over there. I witnessed it. I saw it. I was woken up. I was trying to take a short nap before I had to go to work, which I rarely get to do because unlike that guy, he says he works. He doesn't actually have a job. I do work, and I work a lot. And I'm exhausted and tired today, but the show must go on. And Sparky's a good friend, and they were trying to get you to get turned around and say things and whatever. That's what they do. And they attack Abe Cius constantly. And they trolled Bettina into oblivion until she left, who was the only black female that did this in this field. And she's gone now because she couldn't take it. Although she has issued some statements, and Chris Kramer has spoken for her in PRT News, because they were trying to say that she was going to be his co-host, which she has vehemently denied, because who would want to be tagged along with a fraud? He says he's Native American, but he takes every chance he can to attack other Native Americans, which is suspicious to me. And he has created an account called Lil Bray Bray. Now, until we can prove 100%, I say that's my opinion that that's his account, but I'm sure it will come out in court. I mean, he's got to be thinking about that. He uses that to be racist, and he uses it to attack black people. And they've gone so far as to try to say that that's my account. Now, I will say this. I'm going to say this before any judge, and I want a discovery because that will prove 100% that these accounts are his. Now, we have proven that the Peterson Damon and Chickens Cleghorn accounts were his, which he used to say and slander and do horrible things. Now, the reason this is important is because we're trying to do something here in this community, and he goes to these smaller channels and attacks them and messes with them and stirs up trouble. He enjoys it. He likes it. And so that's what he did with Mama here. He went to her and told her that she needed to join this noble cause against me because I am against natives. I have not had one single problem with any native in this community. I've had problems with a few of these other people, but not a native person. So I don't understand where he's getting this from. He claims that I called him an Injun, which I never did, because if you were going to slander someone, why would you call them something that they're not? Why would you use that as a slander? He's not native, so you wouldn't be slandering him. You would just be slandering natives.
Yeah.
So there's my spiel there. So I'm going to let you, Bear Claw, say what you got to say and explain to the audience who you are, what you do, and talk a little bit about yourself and your channel.
Once again, I'm Elder Medicine Bear Claw. I'm the youngest elder in the United States or the world. Now there's a second one that is a male now. So I'm sharing the same title. Also, I wanted to say thank you for allowing me to be here.
You're welcome.
I will show you some of my products that I do. It's very hard when you want to be attacking other people. I'm just a small time. I fought for many years to have this channel to share my stories and help them what is the cryptid and entities. Now, that is my forte is to follow my heritage and help those. I felt that when he had sent me messages about you back a couple months back saying that you were attacking indigenous natives. Now, I told him, I don't know who the gentleman is. That's the reason why I got a hold of you, because I mentioned your name on his show when he started attacking my son, Sparky. So I said, I'm a drama-free person. I don't want anything to do with anything. I said, I will let Josh know, because I prefer not to speak of someone negative if I don't know them. And plus, if I did, it would be in front of you. The wild tongue gets loose, and then it makes more. And it goes to one person, to another person. But again, this happened to be over mods this time. A very nice lady came to me. Please, Mama, can you remove me? I said, why? She says, because I'm being told to choose. Either be his monitor on that channel, and you cannot be on mine. So I felt that was uncomfortable.
Mama, could you tell him why he said that? It was because I was a mod on your channel, correct?
Because Sparky was a monitor or my co-host. I don't have a co-host. It's just me because I go on whenever I can. Now Spark goes on to take care of the trolls because I'm explaining or telling a story or what I've been making. And I was very upset. I even had to get off twice because I didn't care for the viewers what they were saying about Sparky or myself. Then I got messages from Dina. I don't even know this.
Yeah.
And telling me murder and stuff like that. I don't know. I don't want to sophisticate in that. As an elder, we're here to tell about our heritage and explain what medicine can do to help you. Or my stories from my time when I was little, my first encounter, my first kill. Learning for the value of all heritage. At the same time, learning how to speak with other tribals. Now, majority of all tribal nation knows me, but I'm still a small person online, and I don't want to have drama. And I told him that too. And I said, please keep me out of it. Whatever you guys got going, I don't want a part of it. You shouldn't be slandering somebody you don't know. And my son Spark was sticking up for me on the videos. And he wanted him to turn them down. He offered to go. Sparky offered him to join, but he didn't. I offered when he was on my channel. But he just kept communicating on the chat. So he said he was making a video, so I went ahead and joined because I was listening to all the remarks that his viewers were doing. So I came on and I said, well, let's speak. I just think it's wrong of you to make someone, I think she's 65 years old, to choose to be on what channel to mod for. And then she had told me there was another lady who was supposed to make the same decision. She did not contact me, but she's the one that did. And she said, Sparky's a good man. I didn't say anything wrong. And I'm like, okay, even if you did or didn't, you have your own mind and you can make your own decisions. You're coherent, right? You understand, you hear, you speak. So what is it? So, then she asked me if I'm still making beaded earrings to change the subject. And I said, okay. I think tonight he's going to go on and he's going to do the same thing. So I said, well, I yelled it out to him. I don't know who Josh is that you keep saying. I barely know you just from your videos. And I was floored when I found out the viewers have such much hatred. It was like I had told you. I tell my son Sparky, we might have different color skin, but we have the same blood through all of our veins. I know that many people said if I didn't stop and making things up, that I'm gonna lose my YouTube. I don't care if I even have 5 people. I'm not here to be popular. I'm just here to share knowledge and give wisdom and pray for those who need the healing. And that's what an elder medicine person does.
Yeah.
I am Black Queen, 100%. And I do many things like I've been doing for my channel. I make the moccasins. I make chokers or headbands. Protection medicine bags. I get my leather. It's either deer, moose, or elk. And I sew them together. I dye them for the color to be. Earrings. This is what I do for mini powwows. The same thing. I always use turquoise because it's Mother Earth ground you. It's also protection. Same thing. All these that I make, and I help other people to understand other people. I make smaller dream catchers.
That's pretty.
I have an order that I need to send out, and these are larger ones. I have a 5-tier, and it has turquoise of the family tree.
Oh, that one's really pretty.
I have made purple ones. I put smudge kits together, and we used to say donations. Now that the native laws has changed, we can say sell them. So when others can't really go or attend to a powwow, but want to know how to purchase or receive them, I tell them, follow me, email me, or message me on Messenger. This is for who I am. I get sage that's green, and then I dry it up. I hang it, dry it up, and then when it's done, I start packing them. I make other small sticks, smudge sticks. I'm just a small elderly woman that has many gifts that was taught. Yes, I speak with the Satanas. There's many different names. Bigfoot, Sabbath, Ikunashte. I have a gift. I can see where they are. And do they come to my home? They do. I've had pictures proven when I was on live Oh my God, there is, and my internet will go in and out plenty of times when they're here because of the high energy. I am a kind person. I am drama free. I do help out others. Like I said, I help out my other relatives in making things for their powwows. And yes, I travel. And this is who I am.
So Bear Claw, you said you make those dream catchers. Those turquoise dream catchers are really nice. I have a turquoise necklace here.
Oh, I make the beaded bracelets too. Printed the medallions.
Also, my hat band is made by her.
Oh wow.
Oh, that's cool.
That's neat. See, I got to tell the audience here, being that I am half Comanche, I summoned the spirits of the wind to make this.
Of course.
Yeah, I did it myself. I have a card that says I am 33rd over 1,000. I'm joking. I'm kidding. No, actually, I bought this from an estate sale, but it is very beautiful. I love turquoise. It's a very clean.
Turquoise is good to have.
Mm-hmm.
Turquoise ground you with Mother Earth, and then it's also like a protection.
Yeah.
What does jade do? Because I really like jade.
Jade is neutral, keep you calm.
What she means by that is it balances you out. If you're too high
Yeah.
one way, it brings you back down.
Yeah.
Okay.
Jade is very nice, and there's different types of jade too.
There is?
Oh yeah.
There's
It's
seven
interesting because Abe knows a lot about stones and different types of things, and he gets attacked for that all the time because he talks about it, which I think is very important because all of the stones of the earth are put here by God for us to use. Crystals.
Yeah.
You know.
Yeah, I think jade and emeralds are probably like my two favorite.
No, emeralds are beautiful.
Yeah.
Well, my favorite ring.
Opals
I have is
too. Opals
You
are
have-
gorgeous. I love them.
You're Anthony, right?
Yes, ma'am.
You have 3 stones that you like.
Oh yeah. Opals, emeralds, and jade. Those are probably my favorite.
I picked up Tiger Eye. Who likes Tiger Eye?
That's Tony. Tony likes tiger eye.
Yeah, I think he has a tiger eye necklace, doesn't he?
Yeah, I got him a bracelet.
Yeah,
It's a
yeah.
tiger eye bracelet.
Mhm.
The thing is covering you.
Oh, I gotta
when
fix it.
you- tiger eye is. I like tiger eye too. Like it's really nice. And selenite. Abe has talked on his show many times. What's up, brother Abe? How you doing?
I'm doing okay. I was just listening to Sister Elder Medicine Berkelaw talking
Elder Medicine Bear.
about what she was going through with them people. You know, they attack me daily. You know, they've even in the past, Dana has attacked my deceased mother. You know, my mother passed away in 1985 in a horrible way. You know, dealing with domestic violence. And they targeted me with that, but you know they don't understand that that their spirits continue to live with us. They're always with us spiritually.
Right.
So I didn't accept what they were doing, but yeah, she's a very evil woman. At one time, she pretended to be my friend, and when she was always sending me messages, and I guess that's when they were in cahoots trying to come up against Wolf. I thought that they were legit, but then I started seeing that on her message, she put a lot of scripture, but it felt like to me she was using the scripture like in the form of indirect witchcraft. So I unfriended her, and then she started targeting them that way. It's like her true colors started surfacing up, in which it was a lot of, you could say, death threats using biblical scripture. Like that's what she was doing. To them, to me, to whoever. She got issues. I think she was in cahoots with Michael even then. They were in cahoots even then when she was pretending to be my friend. What I noticed is her and Larry had the same kind of way of trying to get a hold of you or trying to send a message. It was all like scripture-like, and which to me, when you have to copy and text a lot of scriptures because you're hiding something. You know, how come you just can talk to me straight up, right? And
This is why I reached out, because I went on his and then I mentioned his name, which I should have asked permission, because that's how tribal is.
yeah,
As being a council member, you know, I still have family here that tell me, speak wisely, because you're teaching them, but
yes,
don't allow the tongue to be wild. So this is, I am a very calm person. I don't like potty mouth, but can't help it. This is the people. Even
yeah. Well,
my daughters, she says, "Mama, neho neshito hoihi." In other words, forgive me for saying this. I tell my viewers the same thing. Pale face, white man. They have wild tongues. And
yeah,
sometimes,
I've been targeted so much by them. With my mother, it started my service. I served in the military 10 years. They targeted me on that. They even targeted me on my nationality. You know, I have also native blood in me. I know exactly what kind of native blood, but my grandmother used to call me Aguila in Spanish, which means eagle. It was
ego.
my nickname. She would call me Eagle, and she the way I grew up, it was dealing with herbs and medicine women and stuff like that. That's what I learned at a young age, and of course, when you get in tune with that, you get into with the spiritual realm. You tap
Mm-hmm.
into that, and once you tap into it, your life is never the same
Mm-mm.
because you have this spiritual gift of seeing, sensing, and all kinds of things. You just got to be careful, and I'm thinking that, what they try to do is try to see if, like you said, if you get upset, so they could try to attack spiritually. It becomes spiritual warfare.
Correct.
Uh,
You're, and I don't allow it. But when I want to try to speak firmly, I can't, because I'm not this good in English. I got to say it in my language, then I can say it. But sometimes I wonder if they even know truly what is around.
uh, I think they do know. I mean, a lot of the, how should I say, genres of what's here, like cryptid and all that. It has to do with that. Is that there's a lot of people that are infiltrating the different genres, and some of them is because they do worship something else. So when they see somebody trying to send a positive message or talk about Jesus Christ or anything positive, it doesn't matter where it comes from,
Right.
they attack. They come and attack with fake profiles and all that because we're trying to awaken the brothers and sisters, right? We're trying to awaken them up
Right.
spiritually so they can also battle for what's important, which is their soul, right? And for them
Correct.
to be spiritual ready, and they don't like that. They don't like it. I think they don't like me because I normally come live late at night, between 11 and 3 or 4 in the morning, and they get mad because there's a time they worship, whatever they worship, and they attack. But yeah, I mean, it's hard. I've been for about a week. I've just been trying to stay calm and relaxed because they're pushing the buttons, But I got to remember to always maintain a heavenly love foundation, and I leave it up to the higher power to handle the
Correct.
situation. I'm not gonna anger or give in to the enemy. I'm just gonna let the heavenly Father, take care of it.
What many of the humans or Americans always ask me, how powerful is your protection medicine bag? I can't tell you what's in it because it's sacred, but it will protect you in the forest, the woods, ocean, your home. You grab it, smell it, to able to keep you close and have an open mind and calm you down. I also put bear root, comes from the mountains, and it's very rare that you find it. People that sell it over the online, um, I hope they bless it. Because what you take from Mother Earth, you got to give back something. Even that's tobacco. Or say you had a sunflower seed, put it in with the tobacco, because something else has got to come up that you took. And I tell everyone, yes, these are the days that are on trials. And you need to learn to stay calm until our Creator, the Father of Jesus Christ, bring us home. Because this is just, it's like a challenge on borrowing time. So if you have your faith in keeping you strong, my light is flickering. And it will. It's the same thing when you go in the field and you're investigating in the forest. You know, I did have a lady. She really panicked and she was like looking for her bag. And she called me and I said, "Are you in the woods?" She says, "Yes, ma'am." I says, "Do you have your bag?" "I can't find it." "Okay, let's stop. You see a tree next to you? Put your hands on it and ask to guide you and give you the strength to calm down." Then she found her bag was in her pocket. So she held it, smelt it, and said, "Thank you, Creator. Mother Earth allowed me to go this little journey to investigate." After that, she was hearing the birds, the squirrels. And then she called me back when she got home. "Thank you." I said, "You're welcome." Many times you talk to an elder or a chief, you can tell them, how can we get a protection medicine bag? It has to be from an elder and has to be blessed. Our powwows sell them, yes, for the civilians, the human people. But to have that power of a blessing to guide you on whatever journey, then that's where I'm giving it. Because I fought over 35 years to help others. I didn't care if they had half, a fourth, or if they were full, or they were shaman out of the reservation. And then they'll say, "Well, I was shum." I have quite a few that come to me and say, "I was shum," because my younger years, I didn't do the things I should. I said, "Okay, did you ask the Creator for forgiveness?" "Yes." I turned myself in, stayed in there for 30 days, and then went. "Well, someone told me to contact you." And this person is in Puerto Rico. And I still help that person. I do my best to help and communicate with them so they understand this world a little more until it's time to go home. And he asked, "I can't find a smudge stick. Can I go to a crystal store?" I said, there are places like that. Ask one of the retailers, person there, for a start kit. He did. And the wife says, "What do I do?" I said, "Okay, now both of you burn the sage that came with it." She goes, "There's a little green." I said, "That's sweetgrass. You can use that to take out negativity. And it's good for your home. It's cleansing your home." So I showed them while we FaceTimed. I have mine, but to purify we indigenous natives as an elder, we have the little iron pans. And instead of using a full sage, you can break some off and you hold it and then you smudge yourself. So whoever is doing the prayer, you have to smudge yourself first. Then you can do others or your home. I do smudge myself. I smudge my husband. If I feel that something is unsettled around here in the house or property, I do. I'll smudge. And I have over 200 people that I can remember right now that I do prayers and I smudge. I go outside. I thank the Father for allowing me to have another day. And I thank Mother Earth for making things beautiful to come back to nourish. And then I smudge. And when I have a little bit of the ashes, I put it down to Mother Earth and I cover it with the soil. So it is important. The Creator has given many creatures and even the death that did not go that are still in between. That's where I
Yes.
come in and I help to pass over. I ask them why. What is it that is keeping you here? And then I hear it and I help them. So this old lady does many things. So I am married to a husband that's Mexican and Chow Chow. He's from the United States. And he loves it when I do my things and he watches me. He says, "Aren't you tired yet?" No. Mm-mm. Sometimes we have council meetings 2:30, 3 o'clock in a.m. because my time is different from back home or in Canada. I'm like, I get up. Okay, and then I have to like 10, and then another 5 more will pop in. So I'm like looking and looking. Then I can't go to sleep because I'm up.
I know. I remember my great grandmother when she did the smudge thing to me because my mother said there was something wrong with me. I was like 4 years old, and she had sage and was burning sage, and she had the like branch, and he was going like that on me, and the whole living room was full of smoke.
Mm-hmm.
And then that's when I seen them. It was two of them, two beastly like that looked like werewolves or dogmen. They were standing right beside me. She seen them and they seen her, and they even opened up their mouths because the sage gave out their. It's kind of like it broke their cloak, right?
Mm-hmm.
And she looked at them and she told them, "Leave them alone. You're not welcome in my house. Leave." And they turned around and left her home. So I know how you what you do, and I believe you 100% because I witnessed it myself, and that's how I capture a lot of the images that I go out there. You know, there's a lot of native Indian burial grounds where they built over, and that's where you catch a lot of activity. You know, there's one where I go to a certain area in that location. Somebody whistles at me, and I know it's not a whistle of a bird, and sounds like a whistle of a man. So I head on back out, and by the time I get to the exit, it whistles again, like it follows me from that area all the way. So I don't know what that is.
Pay attention because at it. Now, indigenous and natives, being an elder, we tell our young ones, or even the adults, don't whistle at night. And don't whistle during the day either. Because the it, which is the SW, it will come and attach you. It'll take little pieces of your soul. Then you're going to start having a hard time breathing and trying to calm down because he's already marked you so he can come and finish. And if you have children, they'll see them very clearly. All young children, unless you have a gift. But listening is their frequency, is of the whistle. And this is what they do. That it will come in too many forms. So be careful. And if it has a foul smell, like it's been dead, you know
Yeah,
how, yes, and it's an it.
Mama?
my
Yes.
brother smelled that something dead when he was in the woods.
Yes,
Hold
sir.
on, Abe. We have a question for Mama right now. They want to hear the story about your grandson that saw a cryptid, and he had his medicine bag. I think they're talking about Sangha, where he got the burn in his bag. Remember that?
Yes. The same
I think
thing.
I think that's the story they want to hear.
The story of my grandson, the one in the Marines, how he had his bag and one of the brothers of the Marines had their bags.
Before we go on, hold on one second. I want to address something in the chat. Shell Bay says all magic works. Now from the father earlier, she says, "Oh, it's getting into New Age." Now this isn't New Age. This is New Age is copies Eastern philosophy, and it also copies a lot of Native American, philosophical belief. It is turning it into like their creation stories are turned into a pseudo science, whatever, and it's co-opted. That's New Age. What most natives, and I can't speak for all of them, but most of the ones that I know, and I'm actually got a heavy native blood in me, but I don't go around claiming it because I wasn't raised in that culture. But what I can say about it is not everyone has all of the answers. And there is a puritanical view in a lot of religion that's very restricting and says, this is what it is. This is what you can and can't do. And that's why I always say that the New Testament clashes pretty heavily with the Old Testament, because the Old Testament has a rigidity about it that you don't find in the New Testament.
Correct.
And I do believe that Jesus traveled on the Silk Road. I say that. He was gone for 18 years and he studied and learned all kinds of things. And that's why the Jewish Pharisees accused him of being an Egyptian mystic. Like he came back and they said he's been studying magic in Egypt. Yet what they were doing was a type of magic themselves, but they wanted to hoard knowledge. Now, Jesus says we die for lack of knowledge. And I think there's a fear there of learning about other cultures and religions. But here's my thing. I don't agree with everything that anybody says on my show, but I don't attack them for it. Everybody knows that. And we had a guy on last Monday, wasn't it? Hyperborean guy. And I didn't agree with everything that he said, but I let him have his piece. Him and Abe butted heads a little bit, and I know a lot about his belief, but that doesn't mean that I accept it. Like one of the things that these people are going around saying is that I worship space aliens and that the Anunnaki created me and that I worship them. They accuse me of this. This is an obscene, crazy thing. I worship God, who is the Father of Christ. That's who I worship and I serve. And but I give people their respect, and I don't mess with them. Not saying that, Shell, that you were being disrespectful. I just think that there's to allay your fear here. That nobody is telling you have to believe this or you have to go along with this. It is just something that is being espoused. It doesn't mean that I agree or disagree, but just out of respect, and like I said, nobody's being disrespectful in the chat so far that I've seen. No, Shell, we're not saying you are. No, I'm just letting you know that I don't believe this is New Age, because New Age means something that came along recently. This is ancient beliefs that go back, to the first, tribes. That's why they're called the First Nations. These people were here a long, long time, thousands of years, and then people came and said, "You know what? I like this. Maybe you should go live somewhere else." And then we had a problem, But if anybody knows,
even churches today, they have incense burning. They have gemstones on certain Bibles, and certain crosses. Orthodox, they have oils. Yeah.
Mm-hmm. It's a very important part of the mass.
It is, and that will remove negative energy because, and here's a simple scientific explanation for that. I know this is going to sound kind of weird, but being a science guy, it actually, if that takes up space, then the entity cannot be there because the space is occupied by the burning. Yeah, it literally will take up the space.
I never thought of that.
So yeah, and so it cannot occupy the same space. And when you take something, a lot of people, this is weird. A lot of people say, and we'll call it the SW, as you were saying. But a lot of people have said this, that these things can appear as like a mist or a smoke, like these vampire, werewolf type creatures. Their natural form, these demons that attach to people, looks like a black smoke or mist. And one of the things that I know is that there is this type of plasma that they can turn into, which is sort of an in-between form of like not having a form and having a form. But if they are appearing as a mist or a smoke, then it would make sense that you could use other smoke to make them dissipate, to push them out. So I do believe that's why the churches, whether they're Christian, Jewish or Muslim
Yes.
or whatever, they will use that to get rid of that spirit because that clashes with the essence of what they are.
Yeah.
One of the
They
big,
cleansing.
cleansing, and I know that one of the big things in the Native American culture is a water spirit. Now remember this, and then I'll be quiet. But water can come in three forms.
Mhm.
Everybody knows that water can be a solid, it can be liquid, or it can be a gas. That's why a lot of times they'll say it's a water spirit. And I had somebody argue with me. They're like, "Well, no, this thing looked like a vapor." And I'm like, "Okay, if you boil water, it becomes a vapor." And they argued with me and they argued with me, and we were on someone else's show, and I just said, "I'm done with the Bill Nye the Science Guy. If you don't want to understand
Right.
science, then whatever." I mean, and that's my thing. I was big into science when I was younger, but maybe that explains it. I know that magic is really just science that we haven't fully grasped or comprehend. That's it.
Right.
Anyway, Mama,
Well,
take the floor.
Mama, some of the people in the chat, when you said father or the great father, when you're talking about that, a lot of people don't understand what you really mean when you're saying that. Could you explain that?
Okay. Tradition of the old ways, we say our Father, who is Jesus Christ. Native Americans, in division, all parts of indigenous natives nationwide, we say our Father, the Creator, who is Jesus Christ. When we are praying, we're praying to God, asking forgiveness, asking us to give us healing. Put your hands on us so we can heal. When people get confused and they say, "Oh, natives don't pray." Yeah, we do. We've always have. I can go back the early 1300s. I have ledgers that I have kept as copies of what our family says from our family tree, coming from a small, coming bigger, and speaking. Now I know that people think that when we do ceremonies, we're only doing for prayer. Ceremonies go for many ways. In a circle, that means gather. We're gathering together for the Creator and Mother Earth. We want to speak among others to help and teach, but no one listens, so they're blinded. And this is why many people are going, because it's not comprehending. So your heart has to be loved, touching, peace, calm, and He will hear you. He will give you the strength. He will give you what you need. I'm not saying, well, God, Creator, I need some money right now. Well, it will come in time, but you have to make the effort for you to do it too. Many people don't understand when I constantly saying the Creator, and when I do my prayers or speaking to everyone, let's give the Creator a good clap because we're here for another day. He's allowed us to have another day. And Creator is Jesus Christ. I hope I explained that. Okay.
Amen.
I'm a little small channel. I never thought I would make it to 500. I was happy if I had 100.
But it's a great channel. It's a great channel.
I have other elders that are council from different tribals. They come and visit me and they help me pray over the bags too. I told them, just give me a couple more days. I want another elder help me pray over it. Okay. And we do. We know the Now today is different. We're still used to the old ways, but we're meeting in the middle to have connections with other tribals. And this is how we're trying to get all our young ones the knowledge. And don't forget where you came from. Yes, there are half breeds. There's also half breeds creatures, right? So like I say, we're just different skin color, but we run the whole same blood line.
The spirit doesn't have a color either.
Amen to that. That is right.
Bear Claw, I have a question for you. You said you were Blackfoot, right?
Mhm.
Yeah. So your creation story involves Napi, right? That's who that is.
I'm sorry, I didn't hear that.
Is it Napi? Nappy? Is that how you say it?
Napi.
Napi, yeah. Because in the creation story of the Blackfoot, it's pretty interesting. It's weird because their creation begins, like, if I'm not mistaken, correct me if I'm wrong, but it begins after the flood, right?
Yes.
Yeah, and the old man, they call him the old man. That's Napi.
Uh-huh.
What happens is after the flood, he takes like these water creatures, like otters and whatever, and they create from the clay mankind. And the buffalo was like, it's kind of weird. Now, like I said, correct me if I'm wrong, if I remember.
Okay.
Yeah, he was like preying upon people. So then they turned the tables and began to hunt the buffalo, which in turn brought them food and stopped the predation. It's interesting.
We only hunt for what we are allowed,
Mm-hmm.
and we share it amongst the whole village.
Yeah.
And it's just like today, living off the res, but always going back and forth. I don't know how many times. But like my husband says, we all gather together. And if my husband's we're property management, and we have 51 units. If we hear someone they're kind of low in food, I have a pantry I like to keep stocked up. Thanksgiving, we have a couple boxes that we made for those people. Doesn't matter if it's the elderly couple, single parent. We don't want no one to go away with nothing. Food, clothes, this whole community here, we all share. If it's important enough, we speak and we say, I might not have a lot, but I can help you with some. And I try real hard to do that. And my husband, you're always giving. Even whatever I make, this choker here, this is going to that man there. These are buffalo bones. We grind them down,
Oh, nice.
sand them. And these are like little turquoise beads. I don't know if you could see it.
It's pretty.
So, and then leather strips. The same thing that I do with the moccasins. People had ordered from me and said, are you able to make moccasins? Yes, I can. Just give me your measurements, length and width.
One of the things I find interesting about the Blackfoot creation myth, too, I want to go back to that just for a minute because the audience might find this interesting, that Napi is not necessarily God, though. The way that he is depicted, it's interesting. He's kind of like, it's kind of Gnostic in some ways. And it's interesting how that mirrors, because I've studied a lot of different native beliefs and how they mirror different ancient cultures. Napi was kind of foolish, like he was kind of ignorant. He wasn't necessarily all knowing. When he created the man out of clay, he had to have help from muskrats and otters to go into the ocean to grab, to create land. He had to have the animals help him. And that's just that, like you could say, it's the myth or whatever. But it's interesting because in the Gnostic belief, the demiurge is not 100%. Like he finds the world and kind of shapes it, which I find is interesting. That Nabi does the same thing.
It's they're trying. The young ones are trying to change the tradition, and we tell them no. You live outside, you can do your own. But it is important that we do follow our traditions. I was glad that we, with Creed and Turtle Island in Canada, the whole state, we all came together. Up in Willamaka, Nevada. Now there's 4 tribes there. And I already was asked to be counsel, was one of them there, because we were looking at property to retire to. And I had met the chief there, and he was wonderful. And he says, I heard you were a medicine woman. I said, yes. He goes, do you have done many other things? I said, and what are you asking? He says, well, out here it's hard because there's many women that are pregnant. Midwife, yes. I've delivered plenty. So also I'm a retired of 26 years of RN.
Hey, sister, I got a question. When you said don't whistle back, are you when you said the SW, did you mean Skinwalker or Sasquatch?
No, that's the walker.
Mm-hmm. The walker.
You should say the name. That's what she said. Yeah.
Oh,
In her tradition, it's kind of like calling like the big bad guy, you know, with the
oh,
horn.
okay, I see.
Well, see, in
You're
Hispanic
allowed-
culture too, we're not supposed to say things, you know, because you'll talk it up.
Yeah, they call it talking it up.
Yeah, talking it up.
What is it? The Arona?
La
Mm.
La
Llorona.
Llorona, La Llorona or La
Lechuza.
Lechuzas, when you make the whistle at nighttime,
Everybody has
which is
their cucuy
bruja.
too.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I think one time I
My,
made it here a noise and everybody started freaking out because certain things start happening at their locations, you know. Yeah, at nighttime. When you whistle like the owl, you know, the lechuza make a screeching sound. If you whistle, you gotta be careful because it may try to scratch you. Scratches on my face. When I was a kid, they tried to take me out the window. So yeah, I've dealt with all that since I was a kid with lechuzas and brujas. I'm more sure what are they called in native? Probably the same, man.
as they're called it. Kuhinikoishpo. Yeah. See, there was a lady I went to go cleanse her home because her son got real sick and he had 3 scratches on his shoulder. And I seen that and I said, okay, I'm going to bless myself. I'm going to bless the home. And then I'm going to have to do a deep cleanse on your son in his room. Because when I walked in to look at the boy in the corner by the closet, I seen the ugly man. You could see his shadow. And he kept telling his mom, there's a black shadow, there's a black shadow.
Yeah.
And then I got the egg, cracked it, and rubbed him down. And then I got the river water. I always keep river water. And I put my hands to wash his eyes so he doesn't see it anymore. Then, we pray over him. After that, I told her, now you can tell him to take a shower. So the egg can absorb all that negative and let it go down. And then I asked, if you want, you can come into me. And it did. And then before I get home, 5 miles before I get home, I throw up. I have to, and then cover it back with dirt and put down the tobacco because I don't want it coming back to me. I says, you're not welcome here. You need to go where you need to go, but not no human, not no child.
So a lot of people are confused about saying the its name, and it's like, well, the name of our
Okay.
Father is stronger than that. But it's true. But it's like calling the devil to you, and then expecting to use the Christ's name to push it out. You don't want to call it to begin with. You don't want to start the trouble to try
Yeah.
to fix it. Does
Yeah,
that
it's like
make
calming
sense?
the waters.
That's how I feel about the shofar horn.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't, and the Bigfoot, the Blackfoot here's what's interesting. Nearly every native tribe on Earth, I'm not just talking about the people here, but just about on Earth, the native people in particular. One of my friends is Hmong. I don't know if people know what that is. They're natives to Vietnam, and they even have a name for Bigfoot. The Blackfoot name, okay, I don't want to butcher this. I'm going to try and say it. Imoitepe.
Umatepa.
In what? Okay, I don't want to. I tried to say it. I was like, I don't want to mess this up, be disrespectful.
This is why I say Satanga.
Yeah.
It was easier for the young ones to
Yeah.
say it that way. So I say it that way. Because yes, it's true. Every tribal has many names for them. We have a tribal that honors the Sasquatch.
Yeah, there's a
They
lot
were-
of tribes that do, but there's a lot of tribes that don't. They fear them.
Correct. They fear
Yeah.
them still. But many years, and like I say, there are some aggressive ones and there's not.
Yeah, I was just
And
going to
then-
ask that. Like, what was your take? Because there are tribes that are kind of split on it too. There are some tribes, and there's so many different names for it. And they have like the Opa, or they'll call it. There's all these different terms. Like Sasquatch is just one that got kind of globbed onto. But when you look at the Inuits have their own word for it, the Klamath have their own word for it, the Utes have their own word for it, the Navajo, and Scorpion, he's my best friend and one of our mods here. Scorpion's half Navajo and half Mexican, but
Yate.
they have a lot of different names. But I remember the Blackfoot, and my brother, he's my half brother, but on his mother's side, he's got Blackfoot, and I've studied some of their traditions, as has he, and Imhotep. Well, Imhotep, I can't say it completely, but I remember. Yeah, Imhotep. Yeah, but that's one of the ones I remember of the Blackfoot. I remember, and I also, there's a lot of different terms for Native American, like that. That's like the Sioux. They don't call themselves that. They call themselves Lakota. Now,
Right. Many
Blackfoot,
people don't
what you call-
understand. That's why they call them
Yeah.
Sioux. So
Yeah, you're
it's
Pekuni, right?
easier. Yeah.
Pekuni, yeah, that's what it's called. Yeah. Anyway, I didn't want to interrupt, but that's just what I know.
That's okay.
Yeah.
I'm
Can I
here. Like
ask you
this is what I do on my channel.
Yeah.
Explain and help others to understand, or I have to say my language. And then, okay, someone will say, well, I'm
If you need help, I can translate for you.
like, I speak 9 languages, so,
Wow. That's more than me.
and they're all different tribals. I am always signing because I sign to my own clans. As I'm speaking my native tongue, I sign and teach others different signs from them, because they do when they speak like an L, and you're investigating maybe 50 yards and you hear that, and they'll like, they will. It's telling the other ones that it's farther over there what to do.
And to answer your question about the Bigfoot thing, like we've talked about a lot, just to make it the easiest way to actually think about all the people in the world. Every country is different. Their traditions, how they act, how they treat each other, and then every culture inside that, every county, every town, every group inside that town are a little different. So if you take that over to the Bigfoot world, you understand why you get some that are very aggressive, some that are very easygoing, or even really helpful. There's a big variety there.
Also,
Can
too,
I ask?
go ahead. I'm sorry.
Well, it's nice to meet you. My name's Richard. So I lived in Vancouver for about 9 years, and I lived on the Highway of Tears there, number 99 highway, where all the missing Indigenous women were. And we had a good friend Jay, who was from one of the local native clans, and he had said that they truly believed that it was the Sasquatch that were taking these women, and that it wasn't just some crazy trucker. And I guess he had said that all of the tribes up and down that whole coastline, that's what they believed was taking these poor women, and had been for a very long time. What's your opinion on that?
My opinion will be some is truth and some isn't.
Okay.
The Satangas, they're guardian angels of Mother Earth. If they feel that it is for you to go, they will go and place you until the time has come. But I have never, well, I can't say never. I will say one. I heard a few times. Mama Rainfeather has taught me to really have your ears open and listen to the older ones, because our heritage of the older elders, they speak, and there's some that you're not supposed to speak, and as it is, you're not supposed to say. They always told me when I was little, when I had my first encounter, they said, you have to be kind, be patient, and have trust, and they will come to you. Now, when we were told when we were young, there has been a clan that had took women to mate, and some came back, and then all of a sudden pregnant. There's stories of that. Now, native laws, I gotta watch what I say. I'm not allowed to say a lot, because we have these laws that prohibit for us to speak and say to other humans. So I try real hard to go like a curveball, go around it instead of actually using the words.
Because
So
that's
we
what
actually have an,
I'm sorry.
sorry, that's much to the point of what he had said, that they were kidnapping these women to not only mate with them, but I believe they were consuming them afterwards, or that's what he believed, and that's what he was told. So I was just wondering what your opinion on that was.
You know, it's like a 50-50 from what I was told when I was younger, from my mother and my grandmother, and they said the same thing. But they said they keep them and they become their clan. A lot of them have gone, and they stayed with them because how valued they were honored them, the women. Now, they said they took children. I don't believe they did. If they see you not taking care of your children, because on the res, everybody runs wild, but they can get lost.
Another thing that happens too, like I was talking earlier about the Alaskan natives, I know that there is some confusion, and I was on a show one time. I didn't really want to mess with them. This woman was talking, and she wasn't. It wasn't correct what she was saying. She was calling the Kushtaka. She says one of the names for the Alaskan Bigfoot is Kushtaka, and I'm like, no, it's not. The Kushtaka is the otter man, or the otter people, and they're evil. And they are not that these Bigfoot that they were talking about weren't, but those are just two distinctly different things. And in fact, they will refer to the Kushtaka as the tail men or tail people because they have tails, and they make a distinction between them and the Bigfoot. Now, We know that Port Lock, it was pretty bad. Some things that went on there. There was a cannery there at the turn of the century, and there were a lot of people that were unalived by which I'm pretty sure they
Mama
were
Rainfeather's
angry.
from there.
Oh yeah.
Mama
Yeah.
Rainfeather, she was from there. And I've gotten a lot of stories from her about there.
Well, you know what I think it is, Mama, that what happens is the stories run together. Like the Yindalushi, they'll say, well, that's a type of Bigfoot. And no, it's not. There it is again. I mean, and then when you go in and you do the research, you'll see, and I'm not saying this is always the case because Bigfoot, I do believe, absolutely will prey on pretty much anything, but because they're apex predators. But sometimes they get blamed for things that the creature that will not say it out of respect for you. Will say that will do these things. And then, like, with the Kushtaka. Now, the Kushtaka, here's another one. They will kidnap people, and those people are given a choice. Not always. Sometimes they're just consumed, but they will be given a choice to become one of them or to die. So a lot of people would just be like, that's my choice. So I guess I just become an otter person then. And there are stories of the natives going out in their canoes and they will see one of their relatives that they recognize in the face, but their body is of the tailman. They will be that. And they'll tell them, like, I had no choice. Now I'm one of them. And they'll even warn their relatives, if you don't leave this water, I'll attack you because now I am a Kushika. So they're pretty rough trade. You don't want to mess with them. One of the stories I remember hearing was that they had a person, a native, that they had taken, and he refused, and so they took his head and they kept it, and they would keep, when someone tells them no, they would keep the head, and then they would kick it around like a soccer ball and kick it at people.
That was a medicine man.
Yeah. Yeah, and they will tell them you got to do this, and that's also the case in some cases with the SW. They'll have an apprentice, and that's where here's another interesting thing. If anybody's a Star Wars fan, you'll see like this: the whole Sith Lord says one to rule power, one to will power, and one to crave it.
Mm-hmm.
The SW will sometimes take on an apprentice depending on what the type of, like the Pawnee have their own version of it, the Algonquins, everybody has their own version of it, and the apprentice will eventually supersede or take over for the original, and it goes all the way back. The Utes go back and they call it the original sin, and I know that we talked about that on the show, and this is the evil, which would be like the shadow of Napi. Basically, he had his own shadow, which was a bad guy. Right. So then that takes on its own, and it inflicts darkness upon the hearts of people. And it's something that's eternal. It's the antithesis of good or the creator. But it's interesting when you look at the native, the Blackfoot in particular, like their native belief is that the sun was actually the old man, and the sun created the earth. That's interesting. Yeah. It's just it's weird. And then you go back to these traditions and you see this pattern that shows up again and again and again throughout all these native traditions. And I've read so many and studied so many that they sometimes kind of run together, but you'll start to see where these are distinctly different creatures and they have different names.
They are.
People will.
They are.
Yeah.
They have another question for Mama too. And I think this is a good one because this comes up a lot. She would like to know the term for her people, as in like Native American, Indian, First Nations. That comes up a lot.
Indigenous natives. We like to be called indigenous natives because when you say, oh, you're Indian, we're not from that country.
You're not from India, so why would you be called that? That's a mistake. That, and actually when we had somebody on Abe's show and then he came on my show, and he was on there last night, Alexander. He's an interesting guy. He's from Aruba. And that's technically what they would call West Indies. Now, the reason they call it West Indies is because Columbus and everyone afterwards thought, we've reached India. No, you didn't. You hit Florida. You've reached somewhere, and there are already people here, and a lot of other people have already been here. So you weren't the first, and you won't be the last. But they showed up, and they're like, "We have reached India," but in reality, they didn't, and so they just called it the West Indies because we made a mistake. But now we have another place, and we'll just call it the West Indies. So there is some confusion there when you meet someone, because I've met Black people from Britain, and they're like, "I'm from the West Indies," and I'm like, "Oh, so you're Caribbean?" And they're like, "Yeah, how'd you know?" Well, yeah, because that's what that is. But the average person, I guarantee you, if you just walked around at random in any downtown city, they wouldn't know what the hell that was. They wouldn't know what is that, where it is, or anything. So, yeah. Interesting, though, I do really get into the native lore, and I like to see the connections, and I really dig, and people have told me before, well, you shouldn't have those, or the dream catcher or whatever. I was like, I like them. I think they're really neat. I've always had one. I used to have one above my bed, and I told you it actually helped. It really did. I don't know. It wasn't blessed or anything, but
yeah, they asked, are they just meant for the inside the house or the kitchen? No. You can. I have a brown one, but mine is different. Oh.
Yeah.
So I have brown, gray, black, orange, red, pink. I can't take it. I already have it packed in the package that I'm sending out. I have a dream catcher. It's a 5-tier, 3, a medium, mid-size, and it has a family tree, and it's a Jude stone.
Nice.
And then here, there's the 2 little ones, and you get the turquoise. And I have feathers. Sister Robin, that's from Ohio, she sent me some feathers, and I was starting to make the earrings and add it on to the dream catchers. So when I'm making any product of mine, I pray as I'm making it for that person.
Solomon Jack says that his cat attacks dream catchers. Mama, do you think that's because his cat is possessed and it's demonic?
She's like, yes, you need to throw that cat outside immediately.
That cat needs to go. Like either
you need to squirt it with holy water.
Give him some
The demon cat.
The cats are very amused with the feathers.
Yeah.
Because you know how they like to try to get them. But when they're on a bigger eagle or a hawk, they'll take
what does the cat say? That's undespicable.
Well, I ain't gonna call it. I told my husband, don't finish the movie without me. So,
Kevin, how you doing tonight?
Hey guys, how you doing?
Doing good, doing good.
Josh and Anthony, send me your address, and I'll make the Jude dream catcher for you.
Oh, that'd be excellent. I love that. Thank you.
I might be interested in purchasing something from you too, as I collect minerals and stuff. If you got a catalog or something, or a link.
I always just show.
Share it with me.
I did have one, but it didn't go as well as others. Relatives were getting very jealous.
And being that I'm half Napacoan. Yeah, you just make mine a half a dream catcher.
Like a moon.
And Kevin and Sparky and me, I'm half, but they're full-blooded Napacoan. You know what that means, Kevin?
Oh, you have made a loss, Josh.
Yeah, that means like pale face, black. The punky word.
Well, I'm a quarter indigenous. Remember, my dad.
So you're 75% Napacoan.
I plead guilty with an explanation. I plead guilty with an explanation.
No,
Well,
but these are good people.
let me say a prayer in my language,
Okay.
and it'll be peaceful and a quick one.
Okay.
Okay. Inihote unishte kutaime. Aikone akono kuku istuama. Heheke ini datasiona. Koste nikayu huku itawa. Ekunine hoto sititu stum hotokoe. Hi. Amen. What I said was, I was honored to be here with these gentlemen, and especially my son. May the Creator and Mother Earth give the journey for you stronger and allow the healing to come in some ways, because I'm picking up. Someone is asking for healing. So try not to be so heavy and breathe. Slow breaths.
Thank you, Mama.
You're welcome.
Yeah.
Thank you, everyone. Much blessings. And Melvin
Pleasure to
Medicine
meet you.
Bear. And remember, hit that like, subscribe. It's free.
Yeah, for sure. Get in touch with me. You have my information now, Bear Claw. So I would definitely, I would be interested in some of those dream catchers. And if anybody's interested, because we do the giveaways for the Patreon and different things.
I have photos on my Facebook, and also I have some on my YouTube.
Yeah. So maybe we could do that. If you have any that are ready to go, if we could forward you the people's address, we could do a giveaway and I'll buy them from you tonight.
What's your Facebook? I'm sorry, I got here late, guys. What is your Facebook? How can I find you on Facebook?
It's in the chat right now.
Well, the link to
thank you,
Mama Bear Claw's Facebook and her YouTube channel is Sparky's posting it in the chat, and it's also pinned at the very top of the chat.
Thank you, Anthony.
Uh-huh.
How you doing, bro?
I just got one question. Wind chimes. Do the wind chimes, when they go off sometimes, these shadow figures, there's people where I live, there's wind chimes, but sometimes there's no wind blowing, and then you just hear the wind chimes going off where there's no wind.
Someone's trying to message you.
Okay. That's just the only question I had.
Sorry. What?
Pardon me, sir?
Somebody asked what language, and I would also ask that. What language you were just speaking, please?
Blackfoot.
Blackfoot?
Yes, sir.
My grandmother was Pegan, Pekuni.
Oh, I
don't know what that means, but thank you.
He speaks like 9 different languages, and I think 7 of them are Native American.
It's I said it's honor to meet you.
Honor to meet you, man. And sorry I got here late, but I look forward to listening.
That's okay. A lot of my channels, and like I was telling earlier, that I used to say pale face or white men. I had to learn that hurt the viewers, and they didn't like it. So I went to humans or people. But the way I was known for my stories and listening is pale face or white men.
I mean, that doesn't make sense though, because like if you think about it from their perspective, it's like that for centuries, you know, your idea of what constitutes humanity is like a very similar group of people, and then when Europeans show up in ships with all these different with these light skin tones, different hair colors, different eye colors,
beards.
Beards, all this variation. It's like it's almost like an alien invasion, kind of like I know it sounds kind of like an exaggeration, but if you put yourself in their shoes, like
can't even imagine.
You don't know, like your idea of what makes a human being is like, you know, like us, you know,
right?
But then some humanoid looking being show up, and you've never seen this before,
right.
So it's almost like you see yourself as a breed apart, you know.
Well, you can let me know what you want. I have the little dream catchers, and I have 2 turquoise for
Save
now.
one of those turquoise ones for me for sure. I want one of those. But if anybody wants a dream catcher, just say I haven't won. Somebody who hasn't won, right? We'll do a
Yeah,
heck of
That would be me.
giveaway.
Okay.
And just tell me.
I'd love one.
We'll send the address to you, Mama, and you can send it to them, and I'll pay you for it.
Okay.
We'll talk about that, and I'll get you paid. So if anybody wants one of these dream catchers, what do you have available? Do you have like some ones you can show us that you're willing to?
Let's see. I also do purple dream catchers.
Before you go, is it okay to ask a question, Josh? I'm
No,
just-
no. Never go on. Stop. Nobody wants to hear it. I'm kidding. I'm kidding. Go ahead, Kevin.
Are
Good.
you Sixikawa or a Kaina or from the Piegan? Which of the Blackfoot tribes are you from?
Chishigawa.
Okay.
I'm
Thank
surprised
you.
you even know.
Well, my
Nothing.
mother told me half of my life that I could get dark because I was Italian, but she kept that lineage from me until I got cancer. And I was in my late 30s at that time, and she'd been telling me all my life. And I noticed I didn't get olive color. I got this red, copper, brown. Anyway, to make a long story short, she said it was hard enough being Irish. I wasn't about to tell people that your father grew up on a reservation. See, I was raised just by my mom, no father figure around. So there was a lot of questions about my mother. My mother's Irish. She couldn't even tan, either white or red. So
you look like you have some native. What's interesting, and I got to say this, the only thing that really separates the Blackfoot is actually an offshoot of Algonquin.
Well, they're Algonquin speaking people.
The Algonquin speaking, yeah, which is 4 major dialects, right? And so that really is the only thing that separates. And really, in reality, if you go to the Levant, there are different types of Lebanese, and you'll say, well, there's Druze, and then there's Shiite, and then there's these Sunni, but then there's different types, and they're those are based on religions, but they're actually different tribes. There were certain tribes that accepted Druze, certain tribes that went Shiite, and then certain tribes that went Sunni, and then there's Maronite, Catholic, and then Orthodox, and it gets really convoluted because they're dividing it up amongst between the tribes that went with certain religions, but the language is different too. Like there are certain things you would say in Lebanese.
The dialogue of the language.
The dialect. Yeah, you would say "Unkavada Habibi," which is like you would say that to if you were Arab, you would say, but if you say that to a person from Iraq, they won't know what you're talking about. And the easiest way to remember like a Blackfoot greeting is "Oki." I mean,
Oki. Oki can mean hello, how are you? AA is thank you, or you hi.
Yeah, hi. Yeah.
Almost like shalom or something.
Yeah. Before I even knew what you were when you said hi. I was like, obviously, okay. And then when we talked and you said I'm Blackfoot, I was like, yeah, that's what I figured because that was what you had said when you typed. So it makes sense. It's interesting I love to learn about other people.
I do not BS.
Yeah.
I'm straightforward. If you ask a question, I'll try to answer as possible. But like I said, we have to obey our native laws. We're only allowed to give so much.
Yeah.
That's with all tribal.
Yeah, absolutely. Respect.
Yes.
Yeah. So we got 3 people saying that they want
dream catchers.
It says they want dream catchers, and just send me the bill for that, or 4. We got Kevin here that wants one. Yeah, I guess the whole panel wants one. We'll get some. So I guess I'll order some from you. We'll talk off camera, but let's do a giveaway. Let's give away at least 2 people right now for a dream catcher.
Okay.
You want to pick somebody, Anthony? I don't know. It says on there, or you guys from the panel can pick. Y'all can pick somebody. Let them know that you haven't won. If you have won, then let's be nice and let other people that haven't won a giveaway. But if you want to purchase one, you could always get in touch with Sparky or Mama, and they can go and they'll hook you up. They'll make sure that she gets.
And again, the links to her Facebook and YouTube are pinned at the top of the chat.
Thank you, Anthony.
Right there. Loria says she has not won. I'll pick her. You can pick the next one, or one of you guys from the panel, whoever y'all want to pick somebody.
I haven't been paying attention to that. I'm sorry.
So
Well,
that's
you're a big hit in the chat, Mama Bear
Sparky
Claw.
and Richard. Y'all, shame on you for not paying attention. No.
I can't see the chat.
I was kind of like skeptic. Should I look? No, just focus on them.
Yeah.
Yeah, everyone likes you in the chat. Trust me.
Yeah. This
Everybody loves you. They
they
feel your spirit from there.
good energy, good people. PRT is about that. Don't let them fool you. The people that speak with the forked tongue, let's not, because that's what they do.
Yes, there's many people with wild tongues that need to be very careful because that wild tongue can bite them in their booty.
That's the truth, for sure.
Yes, it can.
Yeah, it's not fun sticking your foot in your mouth. It's embarrassing.
Amen to that.
So who else has not won? What do we got here?
So we got a bunch of people saying that they'd like to win, but let's get someone specifically who has not won before. So if you would please specify, hey, I haven't won. I'd like to win. I'd like one.
And don't worry, we'll do this again because
Yeah.
I'd like to place a large order with you, Mama, and we'll get some so that we can maybe put some of those in there. Maybe like the next 15, 20 swag bags. Whoever wants to join Patreon, we'll throw one in there with you, along with Lyle Blackburn's hot sauce that I think it retails for like $7-8, and we're giving that away.
That's
too.
good hot sauce.
It's actually really good. I like it. I like hot stuff, but not everybody does.
Mama, I look forward to speaking to you on Facebook. My name is Kevin. I didn't see my name up there, just to let you know, because I got here late. I'm sorry. Apologize, everyone, for that. But
okay.
I'd like to talk to you about, because like I said, I was only late in my life before I found out about my heritage, and I thought my mom was. I took a DNA test to make sure I was. So I have a lot of questions that I'd like to share.
I will say this:
not tonight.
from the early 1800s to 1950, there was a lot of shh. Can't speak who you are.
Well, my mother was an Irish Catholic who was raised in an orphanage, and it's a mortal sin to have a child outside of wedlock, which is what happened, how I came to be. And so that was part of all that.
They aparted because she has a family of 22.
Wow.
So all of them were separate. And they had to cut my grandmother's hair.
I can't imagine it.
Being in the school that they put them in, where
the heritage
they spoke our language, they got hit hard.
Yeah.
And that with no ruler. It was a switch, a real thick one. My grandmother, I seen the markings on her, and I would always go and put the lotion we made, the cream. And that's another thing that I make too. I make neuropathy cream.
Oh.
Joints and muscle ache cream. So I have sent to
lip balm. I'll look up the Facebook. I'll look forward to that. The language thing. There's the schools, what they did, especially it was worse. I think
you weren't allowed to speak native tongue. You were not allowed. You had to learn quickly to speak that language, which was English.
And even after that, I know that there were a lot of parents, whether they were like from like First Nations tribes or whether they were from immigrants from other countries, like whenever they would raise their kids here, that they would either tell them don't speak our native language, or they would just straight up not even teach them because they didn't want them to experience like being an outcast.
Well, it's interesting how the different groups have been treated. Coming in, my mother was right off the boat from Ireland. And that was the first colony of England, and they weren't allowed to speak their own language in their own country. The Cromwell laws under penalty of death forbade that, and they taught it in secret for hundreds of years. But so it's interesting the commonality of The difference
Okay.
is that you're not an immigrant group. You guys have the owner's manual, in fact, I'd say.
Yeah. Born with it.
Alrighty. Well, get a hold of me. I have 2 turquoise for right now. And I'm gonna start probably tomorrow for the jade family tree inside. Do I have them? No, I don't.
Did you do, or someone that you know do the artwork behind you, that the bears and the Native American motif behind you, the backdrop there?
Oh, with the bears?
Yeah, yeah.
That picture was painted and then I copy it and then I post it. It was from one of my uncles that had made,
Oh,
but he had sold it to an American. And we asked why. Hard times.
yeah.
But I am a bear. That's how I got my name, my spirit name, because that was my first kill. 5 years old with the bow and arrow.
Wow.
That's
Well
another
done.
story. But I have stories on my I think there's maybe 1 or 2 videos. I had some ugly trolls that really got me. But I don't swear, but I'm holding that tongue. And when I'm at that point, I'm goodbye. The button quick. So, but I will give me what we like: smudge kits, dream catchers, little or big. If you want smudge kits, I put them together. I'll send the shell. Well, how do you say?
Like the case?
No, the shell. I don't know how you say a bone. Oh, miniature.
I can't remember the name of it. I'm sorry.
That's okay.
Ammonite? Is it ammonite? Concha?
No, it's an actual shell, but you can actually put it in there if you have loose, and then you can stand it off of that. That's more traditional of like church. If you go to church, they use the loose stuff. That's what she's talking about. She also started doing like incense, like the press stuff, and put them on sticks. And she does a lot. She does a lot.
Where is she living? I got here late. I'm sorry, yeah, for missing so much. Is she up in Montana, or Canada, or?
She's in California right now.
Oh, okay.
I don't
So
live
am
on
I.
the res.
What part of California? I'm in inland Laguna Beach.
I'm Modesto.
Oh, okay. Northeast of me.
Here's a feather. This is what I made.
Wow,
And then it has the question knife,
that's nice.
the nice crystal.
Yeah, it really is.
Goodness.
People in the chat are calling it an abalone or
Abalone.
abalone.
Yeah,
shell.
Abalone.
there you go.
Okay.
So we call it different.
So did we
Yeah,
get our
brought
2
it.
winners? Then?
But
got
I
one.
like to use my iron pan. That's old tradition. It's a little iron pan. But when I go and do a cleansing, a farm area or someone's home, this is what I use. This here is about 40 years old. So it's I have big ones like this, small, medium, and then small ones, the little kits that I put together. And they come with a sage, this, and a stand. And it's to, if you want to smudge, or I have the instant that I made, which is easy to carry. Let me just put it. Oh, here they are. So that way, when you're on the field investigating, you, instead of using a whole stick, the whole sage stick or lavender or pine or cedar. I don't know. Can you see it?
Yeah.
Yeah, we can see it.
So it's easier. So if it burns all the way down, you can just put it in Mother Earth and then cover it.
Okay.
Interesting.
Alrighty. I didn't get much sleep last night.
Well, we'll let you run, Bear Claw. Thank you for showing up. We appreciate
Yes.
your time.
It's kind of you to join us.
Yeah.
It was nice having you.
And for sure, it was definitely a
Thank
change
you.
of pace. And I will be in touch. We'll talk, as I'd like to get some of those dream catchers and a few things from you. And
Okay.
yeah.
Alrighty. Well, thank you very much.
Yeah.
Sparky.
And I hope you had a pleasant time here at Paranormal Roundtable.
Yes. Thank you. Thank you.
Yeah, for sure. Folks, go like and subscribe to her channel. We can put the link up again to her channel.
And if you want to go back and watch this Mama Bear Claw and check out the chat, you'll see how much people love you.
Yeah, a lot of respect.
Okay.
Nobody's here is going to talk or be the way that those people over there are. And then,
I appreciate everyone welcoming me with open arms. That is a blessing. And if you need something or you don't understand or you need prayers, I'm also here too.
Yeah.
Okay.
We need to get together so we can have you tell some stories. A lot of people are saying that they've watched your stories and they thought that it was pretty good. So we're definitely
Thank you. Many blessings to everyone. Stay safe. Be kind to yourself. And most important, love yourself. All right. Thank you. I'm Elder Medicine Bear Claw. Hi.
Thank you.
Good night.
Have a good night.
Good night. God bless you. So that was Elder Medicine Bear Claw, and thank you for bringing her on, Sparky, or at least turning her on to our channel or whatever. And I want to wait till she's there. So she's gone, but I want to express that what happened to you the other night on that other channel. Folks, I don't encourage anybody to go and give them views, but you will see the kind of people that they are and what they're dealing with. And I wish so much. I'm gonna have to wait for my day in court, I guess, because I wish they would come and jump on me like that. That instead of just doing it, making posts and little crap. I want them to talk with me and espouse their lies to me so that I can shoot it down and do what I have to do, because it's real easy to disprove everything that they do and say. They're a pack of liars. And the way that they treated you and her was despicable, in my opinion.
Wow. They had him on a guest and insulted him?
Pretty much, yeah. It's not that simple. See, unlike them, I don't take things out of context and lie. So
I appreciate that.
The context was this: they brought Sparky on the show, under the guise of
initially
peace.
Right? I wasn't going to be on, actually.
Yeah.
Elder got
he
on
said
there.
he said he was going to have you on. Let's put it. He had advertised it. Yes. And Sparky wasn't going to be on, and then Sparky went on there and said what he had to say, and he got jumped on and overtalked, and then they even cut his mic when he began to make points.
Wow.
And Elder Bear Claw came on there because they had been giving her mods ultimatums, like, oh, you can't be, basically they did it with everybody. You can't be friends with them and us. That's why there's more of us than there are of them, because it's a stupid thing. Like, I personally don't care who's small, I will do this, though. If you are on there and you're on those threads saying all these bad things, it's legally in my best interest to cut you off and not deal with you, because I don't need that static while I'm dealing with these people. But
that's different.
Even though I have been advised not to have contact with them, I will still go down and throw down with them, and physically, but I will talk with them. I will have words with them because I want to say the truth. I want the truth to be heard. And I get tired of every day being told ridiculous things. Now they're saying that I abuse children and women and I beat women. And they're saying because one of their children, literally they had one of their children saying that they want me to burn in hell. And I said, this is horrible to have a child come on your show and say things like that.
These people are sick.
They're sick. I mean, and there is no defending their actions anymore because one of them, and everybody knows who I'm talking about, has posted so much crap that now I've had like 15, 20 death threats, and I'm really not. So I got to go to cybercrimes tomorrow and meet with them because we didn't have everything today. And like I showed earlier, I'll show it again. This is the truth. And if you got to see this. This is crazy. Right here. I'll show you right here. Right there. Once again, you can see it. If you can see the numbers right there. And it says here 141,865 photos, 2,457 videos. All right. And so that's it. Yeah, that's how many photos we have, photographic evidence to turn in. Yeah, that's how much we've collected.
Josh, what prompted you to invite her tonight, if I may ask?
She reached out to me.
Oh, cool. What did you guys talk about? I'm going to actually go over old ground.
Today? What did me and her talk about?
Yeah. What did I miss? Filming.
On the show, you mean?
Yeah.
Oh, because there's no hiding anything from us. No, I'll start with this. When she reached out to me, she just wanted to say her piece and explain, because of what happened that night with these people. And I'll say it on here. It was a show called Abnormal Investigations, folks. They are they attack constantly. They don't just attack me. They attack Sparky. They attack everybody. It's just what they do because they attack Abe. They even attack Dick Richards. They're just out there making friends. That's what they do. Mm-hmm. And then they turn around and say that I'm the menace and the threat to the community, that I'm whatever the hell. It's just because, and this is the absolute truth. I have stood in the way of their preying on people. That's all it is. I mean, that is simple as that. When they went after Abe and Bettina, I stood in the gap and said, I'm not going to allow this. You're not going to do that. And one of these guys, the one that runs that show, the leader of it, he says, I tried talking to him. I mean, I can't talk without doing his voice. Right?
Yeah,
I don't want to.
It's hard not to.
But he says, I and my mother tried talking to him, and he says, it's the Bettina show now. The hell it is. What are you talking about? Like, why would I? That doesn't even sound like me. Yeah, it's the Bettina show now. I'm like, what the heck are you talking about? Bettina's not even around now because they ran her off. No, I just was not going to sit there and allow them to attack Jerry and Ella Williams, Joe and Jesse Doyle from Hellbent Holler, Krista and Brandy Butcher from Blondes and Booze. I wasn't going to allow them to attack Abe. I wasn't going to allow them to attack Bettina. And I told them that. I said, I'm not going to let you rampage through this community. They had already lied and tricked me and got me into it with people. And so I wasn't going to put up with it. And that's the bottom line. Now, this other fool who wants to get up there and wave his swords around and act all crazy and goofy when he was in the hospital, we prayed for him. When he got out, he immediately started attacking us. That is an absolute truth, and we can show the timeline. It started with him, June of 2024. He accused me of being was it the Hammer of Austin? The
Austin Hammer.
Austin Hammer. Okay, so he started accusing me of that, and he wouldn't listen to reason. Well, he wanted it. He wanted to fight. I said, it sounds like you want to fight. I don't want it. And then he told me that if I would agree, something about not saying his or the other people involved, with never speaking their names. I said, I can't agree to that because they're going to keep saying my name, and I'm supposed to tell you and give you my word I'm not going to talk about them. So I'm going to defend myself, obviously, and that wasn't good enough. So he went in on me, and I think he was waiting for that. I think he wanted to punch me and go in on me. That's my opinion, and that's what I believe. And now he's incited people that are saying they're going to burn my house down. One guy came on Abe's show and said that he was going to SA my wife, that he was going to it was going to hang us, burn us, and cut our heads off, which is a lot. That's a lot. You're just defiling a corpse at that point. But that's what he said. He literally said that on Abe's show. And Jesse Carbajal was there on the show with us. We were all there. And he just, it was horrible. I mean, and he said it was because of this guy, Barton Nunley. He says, I'm doing this because you attacked Barton. I said, you are so wrong. I said, you don't know. You're not listening to the truth. You're listening to one side, and that person has obviously chosen to listen to one side. I give up on these people. I give up. And they got us kicked out of multiple groups. They got us kicked out of a very large Bigfoot group that's run by Daryl Denton. Daryl Denton, I believe, is an honorable man. He did what was right. And he offered to reinstate us, and he kicked this man out, Larry Fisher, who did what he did. And the mods said this is what he did. He went to them and said that me and Abe were running them down on his show. We were not talking about these people. And they lied. And so once he did that, then Barton turned on that guy. So anybody that doesn't go along with these ridiculous narratives of kidnapping and, whatever they come up with in their crazy minds, they're now saying that I was going to sacrifice a child for Halloween. They said that I'm the Lady Bird Lake killer, that I'm smothering men in some gay bar.
What the hell?
Yeah, the Iron Bear. Yeah. They said that I was.
They said that you hired assassins.
I hired assassins, and the biggest, stupidest one of all, I had Al Qaeda. First, it was Al Qaeda that was hacking them. Now it's Hamas. Hamas has been used to. So you're basically telling everybody that I'm part of an international terrorist network organization, and they did call me that. Oh, yeah. If you go and look at my Facebook, Barton has now called me an internet terrorist, or something to that effect, and it is so ridiculous and so bad. And he keeps saying that I am going after people's children. I have never gone after anyone's child. And this guy from Oklahoma that had the problem with Sparky and Bear Claw, before them, or right around, maybe it's the same time when all that popped off, like right before that or something, he was attacking some people from, they were like South American or something, but they spoke Spanish, and they had a Bigfoot channel.
Oh, yeah.
He attacked them because he used their footage without permission. He lied and said it was his. And those people they let him off the hook, but I really wish they wouldn't have, because people need to start holding these jokers accountable. I mean, how much are we going to take of these people's nonsense, and how much has been wasted time, energy, effort, and thought, and me having to go and talk to the police and talk to lawyers to deal with this menace is what they are. This is ridiculous. It's been over 2 years of my life. And my wife has been in and out of the hospital, and they've told her repeatedly that she needs rest. She doesn't need stress, and she's trying to defend us, and she's just wired that way. And they say the most horrible things. And now they're saying that she really doesn't have a tumor. I assure you that's not the case. It's pressing on her skull and causing immense pain, and she has a lot of issues that I'm not going to get into because she doesn't want it all advertised, whatever. And now they're saying that we're using it as a grift to get money. I have not come up here and asked for one dime for Nellie's health. No, I have not. And every time we get donations, they say we're begging for money. We have never got up here and begged for anything. And I'm so sick of it. And now we have people, just all these weird people coming out of the woodworks, attacking me, coming into my chat box and coming onto my page and saying the most god-awful things you can imagine, because they're being told that I am a child predator, and that I am a essayer and attacker of women, and that but then by the same token, I'm also smothering gay men in a bar, and that I'm hooked up with Hamas and Al Qaeda and all this other what they're going to learn is that there are consequences to this. You don't just get to say and do whatever you want. And they've been given chance after chance after chance to stop, go away, leave us alone, and they cannot do that. And now one of them got charges filed on her was it today? I believe it
Yeah.
was today. One of the people that they had in their camp, I sent out an olive branch and said, "Look, dude, I don't know you. Why are you doing this?" And so we showed him some of the evidence. I said, "Look at what they're doing and saying." And he was like, "Oh my gosh." So he himself said, he goes, "There's thousands, if not tens of thousands of pieces of evidence here." He goes, "This is prosecutable." So when he went back and told them, "I'm not a part of this anymore," they went in on him. They attacked him. And one of them would not stop. She's very vile, in my opinion. And so he's like, "You know what? I'm done. I'm filing charges." And so that's what he's doing. And we're going to have to do the same. That particular woman is so out of her mind, in my opinion. She claims that I astral projected and I lit her bushes on fire. Yeah.
Yep.
What kind of bush are we talking about?
That's the thing. We're not going to get into what kind of bush. Could be the kind that you toke, could be some other kind. I just know that bushes were on fire.
Does it have cobwebs?
That's
Yeah,
rich.
it got pretty brutal. And
That's
so
rich.
Sparky stepped in and was like, and I'm going to be honest, Sparky was very impartial at first. He's like, "Look, I don't know you. I don't know them." He was not doing anything at our behest. And I told Sparky this. I said, "You will see for yourself. You seem to be a fairly sane person. You don't have to be completely working with a full deck to see that these people are out of their minds." And so Sparky says, "I'll make my own decision." And he was a little bit, how do you say it? Like he was just like, "I'll make up my own mind." I said, "You do what you got to do, a little Chuck Norris-y, Just said sport. I told Sparky, I said, "I have no doubt in my mind, sir, that if you are half sane, you will go and you will see the pattern of harassment, the pattern of, sabotage, subterfuge, everything that they've done. It is there."
I can't say who told me this, but somebody might have told me if I ever go against you anyway, you were going to turn and flame me. I'm like, well, it's kind of too late. That kind of already happened. We didn't go at it, but we kind of was like, no, it didn't agree with each other for a while.
Yeah. I mean,
But we
I
were still
don't.
cool. We still respected each other. It was fine.
Yeah, we were cordial, but like I said, like I've gotten into it with Abe. Abe was not my favorite person at one. We were good friends at first, and then they tried to. Abe posted it though. He posted the screenshots of those and what they were doing, and one of them that's over there doing it now,
Instigating conflict.
instigating it. And so, me and Abe figured it out, so that made them mad because we figured it out, and now me and Abe are really tight. Now, I would like to say this: there are three people who have gone back and forth, back and forth, back and forth. And two of them are females, and they have said some horrible things about that other side and then flip-flop. So that's going to be very powerful. And let them figure out who it is, because they're running around with them, not realizing that these people have already said some pretty bad things about them. And it's pretty damaging. And, you got the fluffy guy over there saying all this stuff, telling Sparky, "You need to get away from those people. They're so horrible. They're bad. They're scum," and blah, blah, blah. Yeah. Everything he says is just basically defamation. I mean, it's just defamation upon defamation. And
Do the
to
voice
talk
again.
with all of this,
Do the voice again.
talk with all this piety. He likes to sit there and say that, that Anthony and Maddie's sex life should have been kept, but then he goes on a 5-hour documentary about it. And I'm like, really, dude? Because I'm going to defend my family from these lunatics. I'm not going to sit here and let you just wait. I'm just going to do this, folks. Let them explain all of this shite to the judge, because I am fully confident that if this judge, just like Sparky, if he's half lobotomized, he's going to know that this is crazy, because they're going to be no way to sit there and explain how you can call someone a terrorist because they defended themselves. Every day we wake up, folks, it's our reality. Every day we wake up, they have more crap that they've dumped out into the ether. And people will ask, well, what does it matter? What it matters is I have people that won't work with me. I have people that think that I'm a horrible person. I am not the one that stands accused of doing something to a child. I'm not the one that is accused of that. They're the ones that are trying to take what's happening to this person and twisting it. And I'm like, I have done nothing to this guy's kid. It had nothing to do with me. I've never met these children. I don't know them personally. But they had a problem with us doing the giveaway for his birthday because we gave him $450.
Yeah, we actually gave him the money.
We gave him the money, and that's something that they couldn't do or wouldn't do, let's put it that way. And that's his own son. And so there now he's saying that money changed hands across the state and I committed a felony. No, I didn't, dude. I can give my money to whoever I want as long as it's not Al Qaeda, you know. I should be okay. But these are the kind of things and the silly things that they do and say. And I watched some of that video where they were ganging up on you guys, and I just thought, this is disgusting. It's a disgusting display of these people.
And I thought it was really telling, especially like at the end of that video, towards the end of that conversation, Sparky, I'm going to kind of paraphrase you here, but y'all had reached an agreement, you know, that basically, you know, I don't mess with you, you don't mess with me, you know, I keep my name out of your mouth, you keep my name out of yours. But like one of the last things that you told him was like, look, I agree to that, but there is one more thing. If you can agree to stop interfering with Elder Medicine Bear Claw's moderators and stop giving them ultimatums, just leave her out of it, leave her channel alone. She has nothing to do with this. This is just between me and you. So, and can you agree to do that? And he flat out refused and skirted around it and just said, well, let's just start between you and me and then we'll go from there. Like, how was that even a question as to whether or not you would leave her alone? Like, how was that even up for debate? That it's extremely telling right there that you can't even say, okay, I'm going to leave Mama Bear Claw's channel and her moderators alone and just let her live her life. And you went to bat for her, and you know that was an honorable thing, and it was important because by you doing that, it showed that he could not agree to just leave her be.
Mm-hmm. And I tried to say something, and they just blocked me real quick because they don't want any part of me. And I'll just go out and say it right now. You're all cowards. You're scared. They're scared to death to face me. They are terrified of me. They know they are. That's why they live in fear. That's why they have to go around in the shadows and say and do what they say and make these groups and say, because they can't come out and say it with me on any panel. They will not get on a panel with me. Abe has thrown the link out. I've thrown the link out. We have asked them many times to face us, and they just hide. And one of them says, "You don't want to face me, boy." Yes, I do. I absolutely would love to do that, but they won't ever, face me. They just keep talking and doing it behind my back, and then they get caught, and then they say a bunch of horrible things on their shows, but they won't say it to my face, and they won't even FaceTime me to let me refute the things that they say, because it's very easy to refute it. Like, it's very easy to refute what they say. And they just, even with the pressure, I've even said it, all of them on a panel with just me. I don't care. And as long as they don't just all talk at one time, because if anybody does that, then you're not going to hear anything. But if they give me a chance to speak, it will be very quick and decisive. I mean, with each one of them. They have no leg to stand on. And I'm so ready to see this go to court. It's going to take time because there's so much information that needs to be looked at and gone through. But I'm ready because I want to see them sit there and go through 140,000 different pieces of information. Let's see them explain to the judge why they did this every day, like 10, 12 times a day. How is that even remotely sane? It's not. And eventually this will be put to bed. It will be put to rest. I am fully confident in that, because there is no way to deal with these people other than to legally sue the shit out of them or get the police involved to come after them criminally because they will not stop. And now it has become stalking, harassment, and we've looked at the laws. We know the laws, and we've had to learn them because these people wouldn't stop. We've tried so many times to just get them to leave us alone. Now I want them to be prosecuted to the fullest extent of the law, whatever that may be for each individual, and I want to civilly go after them. I don't care if all they own is a empty box of Triscuits. I want that because they have done nothing to stop, and they have encouraged each other's behavior, and it has escalated. So encouraging things like that is illegal. We have rules and laws here, and these people don't respect that. And they're taking away from the good stuff, the fun stuff that we do. It's become, we have to go in and talk to these people, and Sparky tries to go in there and talk to them, but you're an adult and you're talking to people with the minds of children who just will, and then I could tell that there was more to the conversation with Jessica, the one that was, she kept saying, nah, nah, and she was trying to back out and say, and she was trying to push a narrative that I can tell that you probably had a different conversation in private, because that's what they all do. I'll show you something here. This is my point. It just.
Almost sorry I missed all this drama.
Yeah, it's just not, drama's not good. I mean, but
no, it's terrible. This kind of strife eats at everyone, and the powers that be love it that we're all in this awful mess, which is what strife does. It chaos, and it keeps going and going and going.
The thing about this chaos, though, is if you have been in it from beginning to end, you can I can show there's a clear path. All this web of intrigue and all this crap that they've created, that's all for you to confusion. It's all one word: obfuscation. They are trying to obfuscate the issues, and they are twisting and turning the truth. And they have twisted it to almost something unrecognizable, but they and I know the truth. This is something that I had sent to Mike right there, and you can't read it, but this is what I told him. I said, Mike, all joking and BS aside, if you need money for food, I will send it to you, and you don't have to tell a soul. This is in October 24th. I said, I don't hate at all, no matter what. You may hate my guts, but I won't let you or your people go hungry. Because some people were teasing about how he was doing something on his other channel, and they said that he was, and I wasn't trying to be cute or funny. He was, what was he doing? A taste test or something of canned foods,
like a review,
and it was like Vienna sausages or something like that, which normally he does like actual food. But somebody had said, oh, this is happening to him because he's broke, because he's not getting government assistance because of the government shutdown. And I didn't like that they were teasing him. And I didn't even say his name on there. And I messaged him. I said, even though we don't like each other, you would think that would be something you're doing that's right. You're doing the right thing. And I never told anybody that I reached out to him. I didn't tell anybody. And then he goes and tries to tell people, because this other woman that I offered to help, who's lying now and saying that she didn't cry and didn't, and all this on the phone to me, which she absolutely did. And she said that I offered her money after I had begged people for money on my show, which was not true. That's not what happened. And I would have been hurting financially to help her, but I still would have helped her because I'm trying to do what's right. She turned around and tried to use it against me. And then Mike got up there and said, yeah, he tried to do that with me too. He tried to bribe me and all this crap. And that is not a bribe. That's me trying to do the right thing. But I can see now that doing the right thing with these people will do you absolutely no good. And I still would do it because it's the right thing to do, regardless of how I feel about this person, because that's the right thing to do. These people have no concept of morality. It is completely acceptable for them to have someone come on their show and gang up on them and be accusatory and mean and whatever. We had one of their people on our show, and I think we conducted ourselves very well. I think we were nice, and I treated him with respect. And he still needs to reach out to us because I offered $500 to any one of them that would come on the show. And I don't really have a lot of money right now, but I would still do it because I was hoping to get Barton, Mike, or one of these others to come on and tell the audience all of these fantastical tales of what your mind is spinning and tell as the world burns. Tell us. But I couldn't get them to come on. So one of the other ones did. And I told him, I said, don't worry, I'll honor my agreement. And we were nice to him. He didn't really have an answer as to why he hated us.
Do you remember the
You
first night I was on, Josh, and I asked you guys to say a prayer?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. And how long ago was that, roughly? Has it been a year already? Because Abe said the prayer, I remember. It doesn't matter. I just I pray for peace for everybody.
Yeah.
How was Nellie, by the way? I go back and forth with her on Facebook a lot, but I haven't contacted her in a few days.
She could be better. Let's put it that way.
Sure.
You know, I'm not going to let them, I'm not going to say anything about, I don't want them to rejoice in anything. I'm going to defend my family, my people. And I'm going to take, the judges are going to know what the case is with her, you know, and what they're doing to her because she's having to fight and defend us. And I plead with her to just don't let them say whatever, because at this point they have gone too far. There is no going back. They couldn't stop what's coming, even if they, I don't need it now. I don't want anything. I don't care. The more they do now, the better. I mean, that's the better for the case. You know, it sounds horrible. I want them to stop. I wish they would, but as far as me, they can just tear me apart. I mean, I have a thick skin. I don't care. They've learned that. They were always like, oh, he's upset. No, I'm upset because you were trying to pin felonies on Anthony and Tony. I'm upset because you attacked Nellie relentlessly. I'm upset because you made fun of my deceased dog. You've made fun of my mother. You've talked about my mother. This is, it's actually, it's legal. What they've done now is a bridge too far. There's nothing they could do or say that's going to stop this. It's like the ark was being built, and they chose to continue to play, and the rain's coming, and they're still playing, right? And that's it. It's a done deal. I mean, you couldn't plop $1 million in front of me. That's it. I mean, I'm not giving. There's nothing they can do at this point. I mean, it's all going to happen. And I'm not giving them permission to attack me. My point is that what they say to me is minor compared to what they say about my family, because they said the most horrible, blasphemous things you could think of, But so what? I'll have my day in court and I'll be able to tell, hey, do you think this is normal to go and do the things that they've done and said? I mean, because a lot of it is just made up bullshit. It's just made up, dude. I mean, and you see a lot of that going on now. Like, I mean, look at what's going on with the president. Like every day they come up with some new cockamamie bullshit. They just started making stuff up because they had nothing else to talk about. That's what these people did. They just had nothing else to say, so they just make stuff up.
It's like Trump derangement syndrome. What with you?
With Josh Turner
derangement syndrome.
It's ridiculous. They call me Turdner, Josh Turdner. Okay. You went to the little playground for that one, dude.
Juvenile.
What is their obsession with feces?
Dude, I don't know. Barton has an obsession with that. That is his thing, I guess. I don't know. But I'm telling you, if anybody makes peace with them, just be very careful, because their peace is not like a normal peace. And if they do give you peace, it's only going to be out in in open, and then behind they
just want to pacify you publicly.
They'll build fake accounts to attack you. That's what they did to us.
And they'll come at you with the accounts, usually in like under our names or under the names of like known PRT fans.
Guys, the paranormal aspects of thematic, if you will, has been interwoven in my life for 50 years or more. But I never dreamed a world like this existed with podcasters as subculture because I didn't know the TV for about 30 years. All I did was play music. But when I first started to become familiar with this, and by this I mean this, all the podcasters in the cryptozoology that I'm aware of, that we're aware of, that we speak of, someone that I don't even see out here anymore said to me, "Be careful. That world is full of strife. Everyone is biting everyone's head off for views and money." And I just didn't believe it. I mean, I believed it because people are human, and there's always going to be squabbling. But I never dreamed how deep all of this went, and I'm really sorry for everyone involved. Now the world is hard enough. The world is hard enough, and everyone's burden heavy enough as it is. If they can't find a way to make peace, and I'm not saying this directed at anybody in particular, I know you have to make a stand. At a certain point, you don't have to stand tall, but you got to stand up. And when it does get more personal, when it comes to family, and when you've been wronged, when you feel that in your very heart of hearts, there's no going back from that.
Yeah, I mean, Barton has literally called my wife a witch, and he's called her a bitch, and he's called her everything in between. I have the screenshots, I have the proof. And he brought that. He started that. Nobody said anything about his wife. He did it to me. And it's all he keeps telling me to walk away from my show. He wants me to leave my show. Well, I know what he wants. He wants me to not be on the internet. He wants me to go away because he thinks that he's going to gain something out of that. The people here are not going to run and flock to their shows. It's not going to happen because they don't, in my opinion, do a good job.
I don't think he's even had a show, has he? I mean, I'm not on.
He's still got a show, but he that's obviously what he wants because he keeps saying it. He keeps saying it. I mean, he says it all the time. He says, "This is my honeypot. Leave your show." What do he say? 6 to 8 months, like he did, or
Yeah.
What is it that he says? I don't know what he says exactly. He said it.
We said something like, "If it's not about the money, then leave the show for 6 to 8 months." Like I did, or whatever.
600 to 800 grams of sugar a day.
I mean, so Jason Finch says, "Am I allowed to be on?" Sure, you are. You can come jump on. There's a link. Anybody wants to jump on, they can jump on. I don't care even if one of the opposition would jump on. I mean, we're not.
I posted the link on my Facebook as a public post, inviting them all. So,
yeah. So whoever wants to jump on can say what they got to say.
It's the nature of a predator, though, to never stand against those that they seek to predate on. Like they won't. I guarantee you, they won't face you. They won't. They won't face their accuser. They don't stand up to those they seek to predate. They will attack you and bite you from the shadows. It goes to the nature of cowards, and it goes to the nature of predator.
When they had Sparky on there and they were trying to corner him, I just was wishing that it was me, because I know the whole thing from beginning to end. And I can just lay out there every single one of their little lie. Every one of them is a liar. Every one of them. And every one of them has I think they've gone in a spin cycle together and just lied so much together that they believe it, or they've made themselves whatever. But it is so easy to refute these things, the things that they say. I mean, it is so easy. That's why Abe calls them out and tells them, "Hey, come on, jump on here. Where are you?" We know that they watch our shows because the next day they have screenshots of Abe and they're running him down or whatever,
While the show's still going, they're posting screenshots.
They're already posting screenshots of what we do and say. I mean, that's what they do. I mean, Jessica thinks that she's an overweight Connie Chung, in my opinion. So if you are, she kind of looks like that guy. What was the original Dune? Remember how he was so fat he floated?
Oh, yeah, that's a very talented Irish American actor named Kenneth McMillan. Yeah, he was. He was funny. That was a great role.
Yeah, and that's her. But she thinks that. But imagine him as a journalist. Yeah, come on, club. You know, the first 10 minutes of that, you're just going, oh, where is the Drano so I can gargle it? Oh,
Did you see the Pope of Greenwich Village? You remember that movie with Mickey Rourke?
No, I
Eric
didn't.
Roberts. Kenneth McMillan plays a great role in that too. Anyway,
yeah,
character actor. He died too young, but
yeah.
gifted.
Well, he could have, if he was around, he could play her as the interviewer.
I'm sure he looked at it as a challenge.
He could just float up like the giant blueberry on Charlie and the Chocolate, the Willy Wonka files, right? We'll do the Willy Wonka files on here. We could do that.
I'm sorry I got here late. Did Mama talk about any Sasquatch or anything on the res or what? I'm sorry I missed so much.
No,
Okay.
She just wanted to come on and basically say her piece, and I told her she could.
Okay.
Because this is, she was very upset about what went on over there, and
who wants to be attacked?
Yeah, they
public forum.
Throw bait out there, and they
woman.
get somebody to come on so they can, annihilate them. That's what they did, and that's what they tried to do to Sparky. And Sparky not knowing the full scope of it, but he held his own. But they were just, like jackals. And like I said, I wish they would give me that opportunity because it would be so fast. I mean, they're not going to do it. There is a video, if anybody ever is interested in watching it. They call him what is his name? Mtwadamala, the hyena killer. What is it called?
Oh,
name.
He who brings fire. Or
he who brings the fire.
To.
Right. There's these hyenas, and they're all doing all this crap. And there's one male hyena or lion that they're all messing with, but he has a brother, and that brother, he's he who greets with fire.
Yeah,
Antoine de Mela.
Yep.
And when they said their laughter and cries have attracted the attention of Antoine de Mela, and when he hears it, you can literally see
you see his ears perk up,
like he lifts his head, and he's like, "I hear hyenas," and then he runs over there. And then the matriarch, who's been peeing and acting like she's big shit, go and see what that lion does. Yeah, he who greets with fire. Because I wish that they would give me that much of a chance that I could face these people. Because what does a lion care about a bunch of hyenas and jackals? I don't care. Tell the truth, Lion King.
Jackals, they bite and run away, bro.
Yeah, they that's what these hyenas do. They sit there with their heads back and forth, and it's so sickening to watch how they are. Them and hyenas. But yeah, I would love to have my opportunity. Yeah, I'll greet them with that. Yeah, because what they do and is they bully and they sit there and they like hyenas. I mean, it's and if you stop and you think about it, if I was them, I wouldn't face me either. I'd run away and go hide. I wouldn't face me. Why would you? I mean, you're having too much fun talking trash from the shadows. And the guy, cosplayer, this is for you over there in the LBL or wherever the hell you play. Saber-tooth tiger hunter man. A crocodile bumblebee. Let me tell you something. Nobody is afraid of you. And I would give anything for you and me to talk because you can say anything you want and you can type it out with your thumbs, but it has no fire behind it at all. Because if you really had something to say to me, you would address me directly. Come on and address me. That's my thing. And so, I threw the $500 out there and only one of them came. And kudos to him.
And he was naked.
He had a bed sheet on, and let's hold on. Let's say this. Hold on. Let's say this because they're trying to get that guy to fight us again. So they're saying that I was bad mouthing him on Abe's show. I didn't bad mouth this guy. I said that he comes right out and says that he does witchcraft. He comes out and says it himself. He doesn't pretend to be puritanical Christian. Those people pretend to be Christian. They're not really Christians, are they? Because a true Christian wouldn't do what they do. He wouldn't say and do what they do and say. Here's the link right here. There it is, right there. Come talk some crap. Let's see what happens.
That link is for
Come
you.
on, Josh. We all
not
know
my
that
little
if you don't
minions.
glorify a narcissist, it's an attack. Any statement that's not glorifying, edifying, and making them out to be a god, it's an attack on them. Come on,
Yeah.
we all know that. We've been watching this for 2+ years. I mean,
Mhm.
these guys, these little narcissists need to go to Al-Anon, not Alcoholics Anonymous, but Al-Anon. It's survivors of narcissistic abuse and abusive alcoholics.
Yeah.
And they need to realize what it's like to live next to them and live around them.
Mhm.
Like it's abusive. Just their lifestyle, their modus operandi, the mode of operation. It's abuse, man. Like, who in their right mind is going to go on a 24, 25, 27 episode binge for 2 hours at a time? So that's what?
Sometimes
say
3.
Yeah, let's be conservative and say 50 hours of shit talking about a ex-effing wife of the man that this woman cries about. Like, what the fuck? And go on for fucking, excuse my language, but go on for 6 other hours of BS about a woman's love life. Like, and they still can't get out the conspiracy.
No.
Like, if there's a conspiracy, go send that to the district attorney's office, please. For
Yeah,
the
there
love of
should
God,
have
send it to
already
the district
been.
attorney's office. There should be charges against everyone if there's a
Absolutely.
conspiracy.
That's what I said. If
Conviction
there's a
already 2 years
conspiracy,
later.
then spit it out. Here is my issue, though, with Mike, and I'll address him directly. Mike, what you say, which is absolutely not true. You say there's this conspiracy, and you have it's all lies. I have all.
It's all coming out.
It's all coming out. Why hasn't it come out then? Where is it?
How long does it take?
And if we did have to go to court, he's better be worried. If he's not worried, then he's really not as sane as even I'm giving him credit for. Because all of these fake accounts are going to be traced back to them. They have a new one now that they're using with my picture on there. They made another one of me. And all these fake accounts, they're so ridiculous. They don't realize that all of this can be traced back. And when this happens, I mean, what are they going to say? Oh, well, you know what? I was just fooling around. He already got caught being Chicken's Cleghorn. What was the other one he did? He got caught being
Peterson
Damon. He got caught being Chicken's Cleghorn. I have never been caught using a fake account because I don't need to.
Hey, Sparky, for the record, I have a question. What's an exhibit? Is an exhibit a piece of evidence that's entered into court records through the clerk, and the judge sees it, and each attorney sees it, and then they enter it into the public record? Is that what an exhibit is? I'm pretty sure that's what an exhibit is.
Yeah, I think so.
Okay.
Yeah, that's after it's accepted in the court. Yeah,
Yeah.
once it's accepted in the court, then it's an exhibit.
Yeah. Oh, okay. I mean, I've watched the Koberger case. I watched a lot of cases. I have an uncle that has a law degree. I went to pre-law back in high school because I went to, but I just had to ask a law enforcement officer in the room, what an exhibit is. So if an exhibit is
Your Honor,
Chicken's
next witness.
Cleghorn and Damon Peterson and the blood of my enemies in a freaking 2-hour-long chat by this guy when all this stuff popped off, I'm pretty sure Damon Peterson was accepted as evidence. All right. And that whole Janice Blake chat?
Once it goes in, then discovery comes out, and you're required to give every piece of evidence you have regarding anything relating to what they're asking. If you don't, that's also a felony. Then it's taken, accepted, exhibit, yada yada.
Okay, yeah. Thank you.
Excuse me.
Just thought I'd ask. But yeah, Peterson, Damon, Janice Blake, Icky Ike.
All of them.
All right, I have a question. What type of psychologist, board certified psychologist, is going to stand there and keep her mouth effing shut while a father terrorizes and degrades and bashes his own daughter in a Facebook group, a social Facebook group, a social setting, so he can get his freaking dice off and roll his dice and degrade her, and then leave that account in there for weeks and months, and then finally kick it? What type of psychologist sits there and allows that to happen? And then posts a message, "I love you, Mike. that was on her Facebook at one point. And don't worry, everyone, when people want to pull a freaking Facebook account, the feds, there's a file attached to your name at the Facebook server. And they can pull it and everything you've ever posted in the history of your account.
Very
exists
easy.
right
They can
there
do it
for
on your
7
phone
plus
too.
years. Yeah, even
They can
on
do
your
it on
phone.
your phone too. You're not going to hide. There's
And
nothing.
we have no fear of that being done to us.
No fear at all. Go through my underwear drawer. I don't really care.
I mean, they're going to see some
Look
weird
through my
messages,
underwear
man,
drawer.
between
There
me
are
and
no
my
skid
besties.
marks on mine, Your Honor. I actually take showers and I clean my underwear. So there's that.
I always wear something very interesting. I wear underwear.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. And so I want to see, let's drop what we have and let's let them drop what they have and let's see who comes out on top. I mean, at this point, if I was them, I'd be looking for, I'm throwing you a lifeline by allowing you to come on and speak. Maybe you can trip me up and do something that will help your case, because I swear to you, I promise you, this is going legal. It's going. And this is a slow week, a busy week for us. We got everything set though, security, but this is
Because of the holidays.
Yeah, the holidays. And so my guy said, hey, I'm going to Colorado, but just send what you got. And but when we told him how many files there were, he's like, I don't need that many, but I mean, we need him as backup. That's fine. And they're over there making jokes and talking a bunch of crap. Like I said, they're like crazy. It's like they don't believe that there's a flood coming. And they probably each think, well, not one single raindrop is responsible for the flood, but you're accountable. You're all going to be held accountable. And there's going to be some surprises too. Some people who think that they missed it. You didn't miss it. We're going to go piece by piece by piece, and you're all going to get it. Addressing these people. Your one chance to try to like make things whatever is you can come on and say whatever, and maybe you can trip me up because I'm such a liar.
Yeah, when you got like
that's a lot of people don't understand when it comes to stuff legally. They're like, well, a whole bunch of it isn't illegal. It's under that threshold, but every raindrop shows state of mind
Pattern
when they commit an act. So that will affect
Intention.
a big part of the case. Intention, yes.
Intention is everything.
Yeah, and it shows there's a clear pattern of harassment. One of them, I think over the last, almost 2 months now, he's posted every day, multiple times a day.
Every single day.
Every single day. And he's got people pooping in cups and doing all kinds of just absolute insanity.
Publicly and with absolute disorder. Like, it's insane how much this guy posts and the amount of people he allows on there, on his page. He doesn't regulate it. He allows them to say, oh yeah, I'm gonna go beat this guy's at A, all this other stuff. And it's like, dude, like there's a level that you should keep your social setting in. You need to facilitate it. Like even in like AA and stuff like that, you don't crosstalk, you keep it facilitated. You can say, I think this dude's a bleeping bleep, but when you take it to the extreme where you have 30, 40 freaking posts about people wanting to go over there and assault this person or take him out or call me up, boss, like 30 or 40 of those people, you become responsible. When it's just one person, that's a fluke. 1 or 2 people have 30 or 40 posts or 300 comments, that's a fluke. Those are rogue actors. But when you get a gang of people, a mob, a mafia, a gang, a RICO, yeah, people should look up a racketeering charge and see what conspiracy really is. Because conspiracy is really a real thing, especially when people are threatening people. That's when it becomes a conspiracy, when it's a criminal act. It's not, oh, hey, you should go talk to this lady because this lady has foster children and she knows how to handle it. I've added together a lot of things because I'm not in direct contact with either one of these parents that originally sparked off all this stuff. But due to things that have been said and due to things that have been leaked over in that group, over in that freaking, the dumpster fire little cry fest for the past month and a half. The things that have been leaked in that and the way that they're talking about going about things, this isn't just a one-off case of neglect, man. This isn't just a one instance of neglect. When you sit back and you look at it, you don't have the vitriol or the hate for Josh or freaking Abe or now Sparky or probably even me or is that Kevin? Yeah, Kevin or anyone else that's been on your panel. the vitriol and hate that they carry, if you step back away from that and you look at it like even Nordic Thunder and our boy Zilla now has, you're like, what the actual F?
Yeah, they go after anybody who says anything that they don't like.
Yeah, and then you look at what they're talking about. Like someone's text messages had to be gone through to, and I'm not talking about the group text message or whatever, where you guys were telling Chrissy, you need to go do this. This is how you can handle this because you have a concern. You don't take it to us, go take it to this. Basically, that's what it was. I mean, you guys were just having a friendly freaking chatting about stuff. There was nothing illegal in it. But the things that have been released and being talked about all nonchalantly, like if a girl's text messages have been gone through to spark this off and bring in a CPS work and have another kid pulled out of the situation, oh my God, what the fuck?
It's crazy.
Oh my God. Like, I had a wonderful date night tonight with my spouse, went out and had I had a Reuben, went out to a musical, had kick-ass fun tonight, enjoyed myself. But I just had to come home and vent on this, like, because like I've watched an innocent woman get torn apart with her kid. I watched an elder get freaking torn apart and disrespected. I watched a good friend get disrespected. Basically, a hero to my greater area. I've watched you get disrespected. I've watched Abe, Maddie, Nelly, Anthony, all these people, these good and decent people in our communities, because we all fall short. But I've watched everyone get disrespected. And it's like, for what? For kicks? For narcissistic kicks?
It's more, I think he does all that because he's got a guilty conscience, so he knows that he's guilty of what he's done. It's just a matter of time before everything happens the way it's going to happen.
Yeah,
he wants to take the attention away from him.
Yeah,
that's why he does what he does.
I may not agree with everything Abe says or Sparky or Josh, but to go on for a month and a half and attack someone because someone called you a Kool-Aid woman and you're offended and your butt hurt, you got an ego over there, lady. Lady. Hippo. Do I have your attention now? Like the way you just disrespect people and you want to go down, talk down on someone condescending, like why don't you guys get onto our freaking chat and talk to us? And then we can railroad you. Oh wait, we won't, because we will control our chat. We'll tell people to shut their mouth. We'll hand out kicks. We won't let someone say, "Oh, I hate this person." We'll just boot them out of the chat for them and be like, "Yo, man, come back when you can be respectful." First it's 5 minutes, then it's 10 minutes, then it's the rest of the night. Like,
and what are they afraid of if they have the truth?
But none of them can come up and face Abe. Yeah. Yeah, if they have the truth, what are they afraid of?
There is, you can read it. It says there. So this is what Barton said. He says, literally every bully whose face I've had to smash in back in school. Okay. I had the same look on his face once. So he's insinuating that he's going to smash my face in because no, you're not.
That'd be a neat trick.
Yeah, it would be pretty awesome to see you even try that. You wouldn't. That just stop. Okay, you're not going to smash my face in. Okay, you're not even a third of my size. And
you look like a pale crawler, dude.
Let's just call names. We're just going to say, let's just say that I am 1,100% sure that this man cannot smash my face in. But thank you for threatening me. Then he says, if you want to help, good news, you can. He says it in all capitals. Then he says, simply share this post with all your friends and Facebook groups. Let this turd, referring to me, he says, let this turd know that this kind of behavior is unacceptable in all capitals. And he says, for anyone, all capitals, who owns a public platform. So he's encouraging people to reshare this post, right? He says, Josh Turner, Paranormal Roundtable, YouTube channel, and others, together, maybe we can stop this reprobate from doing to others what he has attempted to do to me, which we still don't, we're not even sure exactly what that is. But he says, spread the word and always stand up to cyberbullies. Thank you in advance. Then he goes on to brag, 45 people so far. Fluffy, are you still counting? I don't know if he's calling me Fluffy or the other fat boy Fluffy, he's calling him that. And then he says, do your part, share, please. And then he says, they dig their own holes so deep they can't climb out. This man, with the help of yet another YouTube attention whore, was responsible through deception for having your son removed. He's addressing Ike on here. He says, for having your son removed from your home, correct? Speak true here now or be damned forever. And oh boy, Ike obliges him. And what does he say right there? He says, absolutely they did, in capital letters, along with others. So make a big long list of conspirators that took this man's son out of his house. Had nothing to do with that. And then Barton says, only the most low-down piece of shit scumbag would abuse anyone's child. Mic drop. Would abuse. There it is. He says it right there. Abusing someone's child. Mic drop. Based on what he has been told by Mike. Mike has spun the narrative that we kidnapped his child. Hunter is home with his mother. He is safe, and he is in a good home, in my opinion, and where he belongs. Because, in my opinion, Mike, you are a deadbeat dad. You have fleeced hundreds, if not thousands of dollars from people, right? And have not paid a penny to this help this child that you care so much for. I don't know, in my opinion, I'll say this. I don't think he's capable of caring for anyone but himself. And here's the thing. This is going to get legal for sure, because look, Dana doxed us, gave everybody our address. They know where we live now. And then, you know, this criminal harassment and cyber stalking, incitement to violence, conspiracy to harass, this is defamation. I mean, what are these people thinking? What's wrong with these people? And then all of these people, I'm not even going to show the names, they all go on there. And then one of them, a female who came to my post and began insulting me and talking crap and saying all kinds of crap. She makes another post today. I posted it, and it was them. Here it is again. Here's what she says. She says, he looks like somebody. Get this, Sage, turn it down just a little bit so I can. So here's what she says. She says, he looks like somebody we used to beat up in high school, referring to me. I look like somebody you used to beat up in high school? Yeah, my ass, yeah, I do, lady. He looks like somebody we used to beat up in high school back in the day before bullying took the internet. You put the wrong people in the right place, just a little beat up, not anything harsh, and you learned your lesson, and then you had detention or in-school suspension. Laughing my ass off. I still have a mugshot from a serious one. And she just goes on and on to brag about how she beats people up and whatever. Yeah, you beat. Shut up. You beat. Man, come on. I ain't even playing with this person. And then Barton says, yeah, the good old days. I miss them. Like these people. And then Barton himself.
What grade was he in pre-K?
Yeah. I'm not even going to entertain anymore. You see what I'm saying? This was today that just got dropped, and I posted it on there.
And then tomorrow would it be more?
Everyone, please pause for a moment and look at this face. He's talking about me, Josh Turner from the Paranormal Roundtable. And then, you know, Larry goes on and starts talking his crap. And and then Barton says, yes, it is brutal when you're only in it for the money. Decent folk don't fund terrorist grifters. Now he's calling me a terrorist grifter. This was November 14th. Right there. You just defamation and slander. You called me a terrorist grifter. And then they did this. A kid, the real cute, a baby giving me the finger here. Babies hate Josh too. And then here's Dana, the one that attacked Mama Bear, right? Right there. She's calling me a Mexican leprechaun. I'm 6'4". I tower over any leprechaun, lady, and I'm 370 pounds. Yeah, and I can bench press almost 700 pounds. Yeah, lady, I could throw a truck. Okay, I'm a leprechaun. Okay, where these people get off with this delusional stuff, and it gets funnier. Look at this one. They made me into Hitler. Look at that. Boy, that's cute. Yeah, let's go with that one, Barton. I definitely think that you should definitely take this one. Show the judge that one. Or better yet, you could clip this and show the judge. And you can stop it and fast forward and rewind at your leisure, sir. Okay. It says here, the ship's so long afloat on an ocean of lies, slander, and deceit, is sinking quickly now. Big letters, quickly. Don't be on it unless you're all exceptional swimmers. Yeah, there. And he says, this is Josh Turner from his last live stream, lying and slandering a few people, then admitting that he's going to Child Protective Services on Jen Marie for liking my memes. It ain't nothing about liking your memes. It's because her daughter said that she wants me to burn in hell. This is an underage child that you got involved. This is the same woman that shit in a cup, and everybody saw it. Thousands of people saw it.
CPS involved in that.
This is it.
For real.
And then he says, what kind of evil psycho does this kind of shit? Apparently you do. Then he says, never mind the lies, witchcraft, and spells, because this simpleton believes that he probably believes that we're trying to turn him into a yam. I mean, that's, standard for where they're from. But then he says here, spells, curses, and slander he vomits forth every day. Look at this. If you are a parent or grandparent or just someone with a single ounce of human decency, human compassion, or human sympathy left in you, and you still support this man by watching his YouTube shows, you should be ashamed of yourself. You're guilty of watching. He says that. He says, you're guilty of watching evil be done to people and not standing against it. If you are a paying member of his community or Patreon or whatever, you should feel dirty right now. You are guilty of enabling and funding a true domestic terrorist. He says that. He says, you should all hang your heads in shame right now if you are a Christian and still support this evil man. Can you believe this? He calls me a domestic terrorist right there. Look at that.
So they hate all of y'all now, all the paratroopers now.
That title you shouldn't throw around at people because that's actually a classification for the feds. That's not good.
Well, you would come in, Magic. Come in.
That's pretty nuts, man. Yep, there it is right there. So now, folks, you are aiding and abetting a terrorist. And according to, and I have the screenshots of that too. See if you can find it where they call me Hamas. They said that I am funding, supporting, whatever, Hamas.
Yeah, those words are strong 9/11 vibes, man. I watched that stuff go down like 5th grade on TV, man. That's not cool, man. Using those words are not cool.
What they're trying to do is build a narrative.
Yeah.
That I am a child abuser, I'm a woman abuser, and that I am practicing witchcraft. He's getting all the slow people with the witchcraft things. He's going to turn us all into sweet potatoes. I know it, And then he's talking about me being a terrorist. I'm a terrorist and whatever. Here it is right here. And here's his buddy, Larry. He says, just wanted to let everyone followers that someone is getting on my post and claiming that I have a new account and to delete the old. I'm pretty sure it is a devil worshiper out of Austin that I did security work for. He's talking about me. I found that he was not who I thought he was. He has a Pakistani hacker, Hamas guy, doing his cloning and hacking for him. So that was the original, right? Then he comes back and he starts saying, now he's saying that calls me a supporter of Hamas. Here it is right here. I'll cover this guy. Let's see if I can get it here. Right here. I'll show you. I'll cover this guy's information. But there it is right there, folks. You can take a look at it later. You can go back and slow it down and watch it. Larry Joe Fisher says, could be the Hamas guy that is buddies with Josh. I don't know any Hamas guys, okay? Was hired back in the day to hack and create fake profiles. Don't know if he is pro bono now. I got no clue. What in the hell? So the Hamas works for pro bono? They're just, look, I am busy fighting the Zionists, but I will take time to come and blow your enemies. I will kill your enemy. I am coming right now, Mr. Turner. Thank you for hiring us. We need money to buy weapons to destroy the evil.
Thank you for calling 1-800 Allah Akbar.
Thank you for boom, I blow you.
Welcome to 7-Eleven.
I blow you. Yeah, this is what he says here. He says, staying away from the apostate folks as much as I can. Doesn't seem like it because you're all over us, attacking us every chance you get. So this is crazy, man. I mean, I'm now a part of Hamas. Before it was Al Qaeda, I think he said. He said I had an Al Qaeda, and now it's Hamas, whatever. Either way, you should stay away from me because I'm hiring international terrorists to do horrible things to people on the intranets, on the intrawebs. Because, typically they deal with like weapons and all kinds of other things like that. But every now and then they'll just segue off into minor YouTube channel beef. Right? That's what they do. They're just like, hey, man, it's not cutting it. It's not enough to just, buy weapons and money. What is it? Money laundering, whatever. Let's go and get involved in the YouTube beef between Josh Turner and these infidels. The good thing I switched to Islam and just became a monster. Yeah. This is what I'm dealing with. So if you were a person who has half a brain cell, you can look and see this is not correct behavior. I don't know how anybody could not see this. It's absolutely insane.
A lot of stuff being said about them. The link is right there, guys. For y'all to come on the show and defend yourself. It's right there, pinned at the top of the chat. You're watching now. I know you are, because you don't have anything better to do. And you say you're not scared, but I don't see. I'm looking for you. I'm looking on this little screen. I don't see you. Barton? No, I don't see you anywhere, Barton. Larry? No. I don't see no Clough. I don't see no Mike. Dana? Where y'all at? Because y'all want to destroy him, and it's so easy, right? So just do it.
And just for the
right here.
Where's your hippo?
I am joking about, this is not joking about what they said. They did say these things, and it's right there. It's on my page. It's in PRP and in Paranormal Roundtable. Go look. But joking about, whatever. People are complaining about the guitar. It says, who's playing the guitar? And somebody says,
oops.
They kind of
hashtag oops.
Valerie says, stop the music. Okay, all right. But anyway, if you want to play, though, Kevin, you could mute your deal. I mean, you can play all you want. You're right. But it don't matter. It's not bothering me. People are saying it. But the bottom line is this. I think everybody can agree that I am not a member of an international terrorist organization. Does Cobra count?
Well, I don't think they proved that yet.
I joined Cobra. We had a tree house and everything.
Did you ever join the Squirtle Squad?
The what?
Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles, the Squirtle Squad from Pokemon, or the Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles, or the Wildcats, or
that's how it's hooked in right there. That's how it's hooked in right there.
That's how you. Yeah, that's how you get. One minute you're being a Ninja Turtle, and next thing you know, you're blowing up. Stuff.
I get it. Decepticons. Or
but this is the reality, folks. That this is what we deal with every day. And you would think, who is crazy enough to the 15, 16, 17, how many people there are now because they keep sharing it, who believe these people and have made threats now. One guy's offering to come burn my house down. That's great. That's wonderful. Mm-hmm. Come to my house and burn it down. No telling what they might try to do. I mean, this is crazy. Clear pattern of stalking and harassment.
Yeah, I have a question for Fat Girl from NCIS. I mean, Hippo. Is that like a terroristic threat or a a violent threat to
the kind of thing get you locked up?
Burn, arson and murder. Yeah, it's the kind of thing that I think that could get someone locked up. Perhaps she should, instead of smearing a woman in a custody battle like a hostile person, perhaps she should counsel her friends and be like, yo, man, tone it down before the feds come and kick down your door.
Well, legally, she did say how she was going to do it. She said who she's going to do it to, meaning soon in her statement, and she has a background of hating him. So yes, it would be a threat, and it could be terroristic threats because she has people behind her, which more than 3 is a gang. You never know.
Yeah, it's organized, coordinated effort. Not only with her She says all these wild, crazy things, but there's another one there. The one that attacked, Medicine Claw. She went just in on her because she's got some issues. And she says just any old thing that seems to come into her head,
So I have a question. Did someone go into EMBC's inbox and message her like hateful stuff? Or was that all in the
trying to
chat?
figure out how this got started.
She's got
Wow.
messages and emails. Yes.
Yeah.
Wow.
And
that
it was
is mean.
from
Like,
one of the crazy people over there.
she's a nice old lady, man. Like, yeah, she's Native American. Yeah.
Who does that?
She may not,
Tax
she-
an
she-
elder.
she-
A woman
she-
and an
she-
elder.
Yeah, she's a woman and an elder. Her name is Edison Elder Medicine Bear Claw, and she has a YouTube channel there. She's really wise. She's really nice. She mostly gets on during the daytime, at least what I've seen. And occasionally she'll invite people onto a panel. She'll get to know her people. It's really small, intimate, like chat. But to go in on her, like, what type of predator picks on a small channel and like an elderly lady?
A very small, brittle spirit.
Yeah, like, what type of predator does that? Like, I go over there and hang out.
Sage, it started with Mike.
Yeah.
Now,
yeah.
think about this. Mike has also said on multiple occasions, I know he's told me this, that he was a police officer. He has said this on many, many occasions, that he was an officer of the law. And there are so many people who can attest that he has said this. And I don't understand, because he sits there and goes, I was a police officer. Like, no, you weren't, dude. I mean, why are you saying these things? I mean, it's unbelievable, dude. And then Larry tells everybody he was in the Air Force and was a fighter pilot. He's like 6'7" or something, 6'6". No, you weren't. No, you were not. And you didn't play for the Cowboys or the Aggies. Stop lying.
Damn.
Wow.
It is unbelievable, the things that these people say.
Wow.
But you got to remember, the cosplayer of the LBL claims, and I could swear to an affidavit, I swear on the Bible, I did it on Abe's show. He claims that he was naked and he beat up a 6'7" black man. He taught that black man a lesson. He taught him a lesson, and he was using the racial slurs on him, and he was beating him up. Claims that every bully he's ever had was black, and he beat them all up. But yet, when all this was coming out, he claims he has a black son that he mentored and all this other. Barton. He claims all this wild.
Barton only.
Mm-hmm.
Wow. Yeah.
And I said it on Abe's show. I was
Bill.
like, yeah, okay, my black son, won't you come? Because he doesn't have a black son. He doesn't. Where does he get this, dude? It's only from the mind of Minolta. Where is this coming from? Right? And then he goes into the hospital with blood sugar issues. We weren't messing with him at that time. We were not even, and we prayed for this dude. As soon as he gets out, Larry announces that he's out and he's going to be back. And sure enough, he comes back and he's just 2 months straight of attacking. 2 months straight of attacking. And Mike's over there slithering around in his chat, just all up in his butt every time he says something, just to keeps pushing him. And they just kept going and they couldn't stop. There was no off switch. The Energizer batteries were just, this is what they have done to us, folks. This is why PRT is talking about this right now, because this is what they've done. They've made my life into this. And then they mock my wife. This is the kind of insanity. And then they make fun of, and then they go and they tell this woman who was on our show earlier, who her mods had to choose to be with her or they be with Mike. Well, why is that? Why do you do things like, why do you do what you do, Mike? Why? What is wrong with you? Why did you? He's over there yesterday. I made peace with Harley Owens. I made peace because Harley just wants to get him off his ass, And it's like, dude, you shouldn't have to be going around making peace with all these people. Maybe if you didn't start shit, you wouldn't have to make peace with Sparky. You wouldn't have to make peace with Tom, Dick, and Harry, and Harley, and Abe, and everybody. Dude, just stop messing with people. You know why? Because he has no views without us. He can't go out and do boots on the ground because it's not real. Because, mommy, no. And did you hear that? Christian. Like, dude, shut up. Just shut up, Ike. Nobody wants to hear this anymore. Okay, he throws a rock and says it's Bigfoot. He has a man in a bunny costume. This is insane. This is crazy. And this is one of the things that me and Elder Bearclaw talked about earlier today. I didn't bring it up. She did. She knows. She's not stupid. She's not a stupid woman. She paid attention and she was like, this man is a fraud. Yes, he is. We know this. Absolutely. 110% he is. And
It
then
was
they
more
go
like
and mess with people.
what's on the court today. I seen him walking around the vehicle and flashing the lights from the distance, but he doesn't leave the vehicle. He just goes around the vehicle and flashing in the woods on the dirt road. I don't log on there, but I was seeing it. With what he was doing, just going around his vehicle. He never went into the woods or nothing. Stayed on the road. Just go around in his vehicle, get in the vehicle, drive somewhere else, and do the same thing.
Yeah.
Yeah, it was
Crazy.
It's unbelievable the stuff he does. And then he attacked Richard, because Richard was up here with me. He's talking about Richard's kissing my ass or whatever the hell he was saying about him. Because anybody who has anything to do with any one of us, Harley Owens was attacked by him because he went on DMR's show, Bigfoot Michigan Rob, one of the nicest guys in this field. And then he attacked Tex, unprovoked. He attacked Tex, and he claimed, him and his people, that Tex was having an affair with a woman.
Both those people, I've done both those shows with those guys. I've been a guest on both those shows. They're really nice guys.
They're good guys. He attacked Blondes and Booze, says that Krista committed a conspiracy with us to kidnap his son. He calls it a kidnapping. When the state comes and takes your child through CPS, newsflash, sir, it is not kidnapping. And then he used that to fleece people to get money. This is the person that he is, folks. This is who he is. And do I want to sit up here and talk about this person? No. But I'm not going to sit up here and allow this to go on. And I want the audience to know that everything he's doing and saying he's lying. He is a liar. That's all I can tell you. I don't know what to say. But there are still people that they manage to trick. Some of them don't know any better. And then I feel bad for them because they get their ass tore up by a bunch of people telling them, man, that ain't what's going on. But they don't know any better. But what you got to do is go to them and say, sir, do you understand what you're doing by defending these people? Some of them you can't help, like the woman that was bragging about bullying and beating people up. That woman you can't do nothing with her. Her and another man went on to my Facebook, and it was weird. They started talking about putting things up into her orifice. Yes. On my page. They said these things.
So classy.
Yeah. And I was just like, who are these people? I don't even know these two people. Some guy named Phil and her were talking about this publicly on my page. And I'm going like, what in the hell is this? I mean, and I've been threatened more times than I can count. And I'm just like, what? There is no end to this. There is no end to this unless you go to the police or you get legal with them. So I suggest everybody who has an issue with these people, go to your local law enforcement, do what you got to do. If you need to take it to feds, go to the feds. If you need to sue them and they're out of state, it's a federal court. You can go after them in federal court. I learned that. You can go and face them if they're in your state, then it'll be in the state court. You can absolutely deal with these people. You do not have to take their shit. And this is crazy what they're doing and saying. I have never seen such drama spewed out. And then they turn around everything they're doing and saying, they turn around and say everyone else is doing it. For a week there, all Mike talked about was Sparky every day. It was this guy Sparky, this guy Sparky. And he's just trying to keep reiterating it so people will go after him. That's what he wants. So that's all it is. They just want so somebody will do their dirty work for them. And then what I saw in the chat was disgusting. It was ridiculous. And this isn't dramatic. I'm being honest. Because we got the screenshots, man. It was just, Sparky, you're a piece of shit. Sparky, you're a liar. How dare you attack Mike? He didn't attack Mike. He told the truth. And all they did was just Sparky, 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 Sparky. So Mama Bear got on there, and they were really disrespectful to her because this is what they do. So there is no coming back from this in this community. I don't care if you watch me or you don't watch me or what you do, but you need to distance yourself from these people. I'm not telling you that you have to, because that's not correct to tell you have to do something. That's what they do. But I'm telling you, you need to get away from them. These people have tried to build, in my opinion, it's like an evil cult. I don't know what else to call it. This is what Mike wants. He's a narcissist, in my opinion. And I can't, 100%. I don't know exactly what his thing is, but this is ridiculous. How do you say and do those things? And Abe and me, either one of us try to have a normal show or do anything. They always got to bring somebody in there to say something. Corn on the cob. This man is obsessed with corn. Because corn, if you haven't noticed, is code for the P word, orn.
Mm-hmm.
That's what that is.
For what?
I'm not going to repeat it.
All right.
Just Kevin, just trust me. It's for how would you say, like the F word, for unlawful carnal knowledge, or the other definition.
PDF.
This has been going on now for almost 2 years, right? I mean,
over 2 years. 2 years and 3 months.
The same basic is an expanding cast, apparently.
Yeah, and some will fall off, and some you'll convince eventually that this is not in their best interest because it's sick, and they'll be like, "Well, hey, I didn't know it was all," and they'll go away. But the core of it continues. And Cluff's situation there, and I'm gonna address you, Fluffy. You go to this man, Abe, and you cried. You cried to him because Maddie had relations with Anthony.
Literally cried.
He cried. And then Mike on his own show said that Cluff did that to him too.
Well, yeah,
good job, Anthony. I'm proud of you.
Because like you said on his own show, I'm good at throwing people under the bus.
Mm-hmm. And that's what he does.
That's the only truthful thing he's told so far. He's very good at he threw you under the bus really well, Cluff. And you licked it up like the little slave you are.
Mm-hmm. And now he's the footstool. Mm-hmm. And he's trying to give Sparky life advice. He's like, if I were you, I would get away from these people. They're scum. You don't bite people. Like, what are you talking about? Get the likes of PRT, yeah, okay, we're scum. This is the same guy that instigated the whole thing between Jenny Marie and everybody, talking about how her morals were not correct and blah, 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 and what she was doing at the conference was not correct. And he pushed me, and I had to go over there and deal with it. And then we heard from her husband a bunch of stuff about it, which I'm not going to repeat here. I mean, I don't want to be mean or ugly, but damn, that woman has been really nasty. She's the one that pooped in the cup.
Is that the one that tried to hook up with a bunch of people at the...
Yep.
What was the context, if I may ask?
Just kidding.
The context of what, Casey?
Of pooping in a cup.
Barton had her shit in one of our tumblers because it's a PRT tumbler, and then he posted it on his page so that thousands of people could see how unhinged he was. Because that's what happened. They just looked at it, and there were so many people going, "What in the F is wrong with this guy?" And when you just when you think it doesn't get any lower, the bar couldn't get lower by this man. He doubles down, quadruples down, and gets worse and worse and worse. And now he's basically going out there and telling people, reshare all this stuff because Josh Turner is a child abuser. He's a woman beater. And now people are threatening my life.
Hey, man, I'm sorry. I have to ask these questions a little off on another note, but I got a text while we were talking from my friend. Did you want him to come on the show? The guy who told you had the multiple dog man?
Sure.
Encounters? Okay.
He can either he can come on and do it, or I'll retell it. Either way.
Well, I'll just hook you guys up, give each other contact info because he's for real.
Yeah, there's a lot of people that are. Yeah, for sure. Just anytime anybody wants to talk about it themselves, I give them the option. Now, here's the thing. If they can retell it, there have been a few people that I 100% know that if they try to tell it themselves, we're going to lose the audience because the audience is going to be like,
I think you could probably get a good feel if you're able to talk to him. But my experience with him, I've known him for about 3 years. Pretty well.
Can he talk pretty good?
Yeah, he can speak well. He's very intelligent.
Good. That's all we need. And if he can do it, and that's good. Let him tell it because
he's so sensitive. Yeah. He's almost like an empath, and that word's tossed around pretty loosely, like genius in music. But this guy is, and ironically, his encounters have happened in the area where I grew up in, and Maryland was known for the Goat Man. But we didn't. I didn't hear anything about dogmen. Well, the Indians, the Duwayo, the native people to the area, which most of them have been pushed away from there long ago. They had the legend of a werewolf or dogman kind of creature. But so I think it's a lot going on in the Maryland, what we call the DMV, which is DC, Southern Maryland, and Northern Virginia.
There's definitely a lot of Goatman sightings up there too. I told one on the show from a friend of mine I used to bounce with. Big guy, man. Big black dude, man. And him and his brother, dude, they had a terrifying Goatman encounter.
Wow. Well, this guy's had I'll let him. I can't wait to see you guys because he's had a lot.
Oh, for sure. We definitely want to do that
in his life, and his kids were with him for one of it. So.
Yeah, that's horrible. When this happened to my friend and his brother, they were kids. Wow. This thing that came on top of their vehicle, it was crazy. It looked like a goat man.
Well, he's supposed to be like 10 feet tall. I mean, that's
this wasn't 10 feet tall, but it was.
Man, if it was 5 feet tall.
Yeah. Well, what's his name? Gil Sanchez. He's been on the show, and he was a sheriff's department up in Colorado, and he hit it with his patrol car. Wow. And he said it was about 5 feet tall, but that's all. Shouldn't take more than that to freak you the hell out. I mean, pretty nutty. I mean, it's crazy. See, that's what I want to be doing. I want to be talking about ghosts, cryptids, alien abduction, all this other stuff. But we can't. Every time we have to get attacked. Today, the reason that this happened today was because she reached out to me and wanted to say her piece. So that's the truth. So, and I believe she tried calling me before, and then on Messenger, and I wanted her to be able to. Yeah, and so what happened with when she was on Mike's show, she tried to talk to these people and reason with them. That's what happened, and they weren't. So Sparky jumped on because of her. Isn't that correct, Sparky?
Well, just keeps going on and endless. Where does it end? I mean,
yeah, she was on, and then one of her family members got a hold of me and said, "Get over there now." That's why I went over.
Wow. And I was awakened, and then it was Sparky was over there. I tried to get in and say something, which I normally don't go to that dumpster fire he calls a show. But I tried to go over there, and I got
they deleted your comment.
They deleted my comment real quick, but one of them saw it though.
Real quick.
People in the audience, they were like, "Hey, isn't that PRT?" And I'm like, "Yes, I'm right here. Please put me on. I'll be there. He who greets with fire. Mm-hmm. Let's go. I'd love it. I'd give anything. There is no nervousness in me or a fear.
Hey, infestation, you guys are watching right now. Get on.
The fear is like the day before when you're in your head and you're thinking about all these scenarios. You push all that out, and the next day you just become a robot until it's time. That's what you do. That's what when I coached fighters, that's what I told them. I said, that fear is in your mind. Doesn't really exist. If you play football, you can't sit there and go, "Oh God, that guy broke his arm." That could be me, because if you think like that, it's going to be you.
Think like that, it will be you.
And it never happened to me. I never got injured.
As you think, so you become.
I got hurt, but I wasn't injured. The difference between being hurt and being injured. I got kicked so hard one time I thought my liver was loose, and I was like, I think I'm going to die. No, you just took a shot from a well-seasoned kickboxer, and you just go on. That's the thing. When you're tough, you're tough. And Sparky did what he had to do. He didn't want to do it, but he went in there and he did it. And then I wanted to go in there and I wanted to say my piece, because believe me, I would love to get them all on a panel. Just me, but I don't need a bunch of people. Just me. And we can talk, and it'll be over, each one of them, because they are so full of shit. I don't even know if they can keep their lies together. They probably don't even remember half the shit they say by the next day. They probably don't even know what did I say that? Oh shit, yeah, I guess I did. Let me make up a lie why I did that one. That's it. And Bounty Hunting Bear says, why do they allow this? I don't know. And then him saying that he's Native American. Okay. Once again, I'm going to explain this very quickly. It's easy. There was a thing called the Dawes Rules. And carpetbaggers after the Civil War, came down here, and a lot of them, did the same thing. They bought up land, but it happened before that too, back in the 1830s. And that's what they wanted. They wanted to come down here and be non-native people and buy native land. And the government said, okay, we'll put your name on the Dawes rolls for $5. So for the price of a Subway footlong back in the day, you could get you could become native, and they would give everybody that card, which makes you like less than 6%.
And it's what they would do is, so they would take Native American marriages are not like the nuclear marriages today in a church, government paperwork, and all that stuff. So they would take someone and they would attach that name to that person, or attach that person to that person on paperwork. And all it is paperwork. That's all it was paperwork. So you have people out there, and this isn't a stab at anyone. I got family members that are tribal members, okay? Like blood quantum tribal members in different tribes around the United States. So what they would do is they would just attach this person. So now you have people that could be 1 out of 5,000, like 1/5,000th Cherokee. And it's like, yes, you have that in your heritage, but are you really part of that culture? Do you go to powwows? Do you participate in culture, in the drum circles and the singing and the hunts and the hikes with each other? Do you go out and do you minister to your elders? Do you build tribal houses and participate in building up your tribe better? Like, there's more to it than just kind of like Republican in name only or Christian in name only. There's more to it than just the name. Like, I've been to like probably 50 powwows in my life. Literally, I've probably been to 50 powwows in my life. So there's more.
That's why I don't go around claiming that I'm native, because even though my mother, I guarantee you, my mother being half Comanche, is I'm more native than Mike or any of them are. But I wasn't raised up in that culture, so I don't disrespect it by going around and saying that I'm native.
Yeah.
Well, do you remember how many
high cheekbones and everything? But I don't,
when when the spate of Native American movies started coming out, when they actually started using Native American people to play those roles, there was a herd of people that showed up that watched Last Mohicans or Dancing with Wolves, and suddenly discovered a Sioux relative or in the bottom of the third chocolash, and showed up with a feather in the hair at the next powwow. I mean, they call them pretendians.
Yeah.
Pretendians. I've actually never heard that term before. 50 years, I've never heard that term. You got me on
I'm
that.
not running for office. I was fine with being Italian.
Pretendians.
When I found out about my own heritage, I was shocked. But you won't see me running around doing that nonsense. But you could see it in my face, my own heritage.
Oh my gosh, that's hilarious, dude. Pretendians, dude. That's a good one. I'm going to use that one, because that's what Mike and him are, in my opinion. He's a pretendian. He likes to go around telling everybody, he called me an Indian. You wish I called you that. He wants to be called that, He took some clip and pulled it out of context, and that wasn't about him being an Indian. He's trying to say that because he wants to say, not only was I being disparaging of natives, but he also wants to be like, I'm native. So this is what Bear Claw told me. She said that he, Medicine Claw, she told me that he tried to tell her, he reached out to her and told her about me, and that I was saying horrible, bad things about natives, and that I was attacking the native people. And she asked him politely to stop contacting her about me because she didn't know me. So the next thing he does is he starts taking her mods away. You see? And so then she gets on the show thinking that she can reason with these people. That's not the case. Bless her heart, she didn't know. And then Sparky goes on there and tries to, hey. And then, it just de-escalated into, the Three Stooges attacking, this guy. And it was like, give me a break, dude. I mean.
And after all that they couldn't even be bothered to agree to leave her alone.
No.
He just flat out said, "No, I'm not going to do that."
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I actually I saw something today. I saw one of them over there. Oh, I respect you. I love you, Mama Bear Claw. And then later on today, she's back over in Ike's chat. Can I have my wrench back, please?
Wow.
That ain't respect. That ain't love. I'm sorry. If I respected both people, which I don't respect one of them, I respect Mama Bear Claw pretty well, but I don't respect the other guy. But how can you hop from one person to the other? I mean, it's just attention-seeking behavior. There's people with such little fulfillment in their life that they're just seeking attention. Like, I don't even have a wrench like it anymore because I deleted a couple of my YouTubes just to get away from some of the drama. But yeah.
Hey boys, I'll be up in a couple hours, so I'm gonna have to bow out this evening.
I'll see you,
Yeah.
Dick.
See you later, bud. But
Dick, hey man,
No,
let's
Dick.
catch
All right.
up. Dick. All
yeah,
right.
Sounds good, guys.
to see someone hop back and forth like that, oh man, that's just so cringe. Like, really? You're gonna hop back and forth like that? But can I please have my wrench back, Dad? Come on now.
Yeah, no, it's ridiculous, and I feel bad that these people they do what they do to people, and you can kind of tell when they reach out to you and tell you there's one of the people saying this, and that, and I already know which one it is just by what they're telling me that the person is saying. They're like demons. Each one of them has their own sin that they like to latch onto. It's so predictable and obvious, and Abe knows it. He's been through it. When somebody tells you, you already know, Abe, like which one they're talking about, without even them saying their name. You're like, oh yeah, that's we got it down pat. It's like, oh, that's so and so, because we already know their little. They come and they whisper what they do, what their sin is, what they do. I mean, it's ridiculous. So Andres Carzales has a question. He says, Wolf, have you heard of a phenomenon called the mall dream place? I think what you're talking about or referring to is the liminal spaces. I mean, I don't know if that's what you're referring to. What that means is like people will have these dream sequences where they go through like these mazes. It's like a maze, but it's like an empty mall. Some people report it as being like a mall full of stuff, though, but there's no people.
Yeah, that sounds like one of those Benadryl like trip dreams that people.
Have you had this?
No, God no. You'd have to take like 20, 30 Benadryl to do that, but like it's.
Do you have friends that have done that?
No. I've seen reports of it on different YouTube channels, like. But
like,
like,
I could think of one of your friends when you were young, probably stupid enough to drink a whole bottle of it.
Probably. But like those experiences are always like in these weird liminal spaces, and they always see like these low vibrational entities. Like they're always negative because it's a delirium. So like they see like shadow entities, but they get like almost trapped in these like what you're describing, this like empty mall. It's weird.
Well, we talked the other night when not on the show, but we talked about people being cubed. People don't know what that is. What it is dark magic practitioners. What they try to do is they're not happy with just you dying because they want to trap your soul. So they actually they perform incantations and ceremonies to try to cube your soul. It is the most vile shit. And they use all these different types of magic. Whether it works or not, I mean, I don't know. Magic practitioners will say that it does. But it's horrible because they're literally stopping your soul from transcending, they believe, by putting it in a cube, because a cube is literally it's an imprisonment. Think of the black cube of Saturn, and so yeah, it is. It's pretty bad. It's pretty bad stuff, and it's heavy dark magic.
I believe one of the biggest problems in the world today is the massive abuse of ritual magic. The amount of people that are. And they're actually wizard schools, as you know, on the internet, magic schools, and it's like it reminds me of a really bad version of that Fantasia cartoon, where what was the cartoon character that
Mickey Mouse?
Yeah, got the magic wand. Thank you.
With the dancing hippos?
Yeah, right.
What to do?
Only it's no joke when if you can imagine anything where you would have to have every nuance correct, and a spell or whatever you're trying to practice from the book of whatever. But it's definitely going on, and I think a lot of the things that have manifested, in this plane are a direct result of that. And it's not just the would-be acolyte, where our armed services are actively pursuing it, specifically the thalamic route that Crowley did. It's well documented. In fact, the Rendlesham Forest incident, which was basically the English Roswell, I remember reading the two principal servicemen who had that experience. One of them put the hand on the craft. Had a celebration at the National Press Club 20 years later when it was actually released and acknowledged formally by the armed services. And there was a woman that owned the property adjacent to where that craft laid down in the forest, set down in the forest. And she said for years after, she could see military personnel in ritual robes doing ceremonies out in the field adjacent to her property. And that's just one example out of too many to probably document.
Yeah, well, I mean, like I've told this before on the show. Like I just happened to come across some kind of incantation ritual completely by happenstance. Well,
really,
technically, like I don't believe it was a coincidence because I don't believe in coincidences.
Yeah, I don't either.
To like let's call them like the outside observer, quote unquote normal people, just accidentally happened upon this. Like I was working an overnight shift at a hotel and across, which was next door to a.
Oh, you're talking about double.
Yeah.
We don't have that account anymore,
No.
So go ahead and say it.
Yeah. So okay. So I was working at security for DoubleTree, and at that location, that particular one is next door to a very large cemetery on one side. Yeah, old huge cemetery on one side, and then on the other side, across the street from it is a neighborhood. So like I'm walking around the parking lot like about 3 o'clock in the morning, of course, and I hear a bunch of people's voices like all at once in unison, and
wow,
it's muffled. I don't understand what they're saying, but I know it's coming from across the street, and I can't see. So I walk over there to the edge of the property, and I look across the street, and in front of one of those houses, like right there in the front yard, it's so blatant that there were probably about 10, 15 people, like standing in a circle, and wearing these black robes and just chanting these, I guess, incantations.
Where was this, Anthony?
This was in Austin.
I mean, you said in outside that part of the building, or
it was across the street from the
hotel.
It
was across the street from a hotel, because
right in front of God and everybody.
There was a house. Yeah, there was a neighborhood across the street from that hotel, and like the house right there that's like facing the hotel. Like that's where they were at. They were standing in the front yard of that house.
Wow.
And I could see it from where I'm at, and I mean, like I didn't want them to see me seeing them.
Yeah, of course.
But then again, maybe they didn't care because they're in the front yard of a house. So it's just weird. But bottom line is that it wasn't on my property. It wasn't my job. So I was like, okay, let me just come back over here. I want nothing to do with these weird people.
One of the most riveting stories I ever heard was, as if it wasn't frightening enough to begin with, was a pair of brothers who were in separate deer blinds, and they had they'd been out in the forest for hours, and one of them that was telling the story had his first dogman encounter. But he said what he was far more frightened of when he was leaving was as he was talking with his brother on the walkie-talkie, he came across a guy in a robe walking towards him holding a can with a fire inside it, flame inside it. And he said, obviously that's not supposed to be possible.
Yeah.
Isn't there something about the whole vibration or persona of that guy? He said terrified him even more than his first official dogman encounter. So, yep. And I think Jesse and Hellbound. What do they call it?
Hellbent Holler.
They had come across something I remember in one of their jaunts in the forest, or certainly a lot of evidence of it. You know, I don't remember if it was the exact ritual. I don't think it was, but certainly they found evidence of it in the
I
ground.
remember they found like a bunch of bones scattered at
Yeah,
like,
that was
like in
that's
this
one of them,
clearing
yeah.
in the forest. Yeah.
Oh yeah, and I remember speaking of Mr. Nutley, he tried to claim that they planted the evidence.
Yeah.
He tried to convince us of that. He told us in Blondes and Booze that they were faking the evidence.
Well, I remember following that show before I, where I was just first, becoming aware of these programs. As I said, I'd have a TV for 30 years, or the internet. None of that was in full with it. But I remember how shook up Jessie was when she was in this particular area, and I believe it was Georgia. And I have since heard from multiple people a lot goes on there in terms of ritual and magic in that part of the country.
So Scorpion here is Doc says, "Hey Scorpion, I was watching that show where you and Wolf work security at the church." That's another thing that Mr. Nunley did a couple days ago. He accused us of making that up, that never happened, even though we had several guards, including my business partner, who had experiences. Here's the crazy thing, and then Scorpion says here, that was the only set I didn't finish because of what happened, Doc. Yeah, I don't ever remember him being afraid other than that. In fact, Scorpion worked a post that I wouldn't work. I just, maybe because I was more sensitive or whatever, but I was like, I'm not going to work there. But we went to that church and we did our story, and I didn't ask to be on that show to tell that story. Abe, I think you were in that season too, weren't you?
Yep.
Yeah. Yeah. And so I ended up doing it. Michael Shahan, said, "Hey, would you tell it?" And I said, "Yeah," because I told him the story, but I didn't tell him to get on there because, I mean, they're not paying you a bunch of money to do it. So it wasn't even, I didn't care, I didn't. I could have been on this show that they did recently, the History Channel one, and they asked me to do it and I didn't do it. I said, I don't have time. I can't just leave to go to Seattle. Nice people, I got to say, they're very nice, but I didn't have time for it. That's the truth. I just didn't. And Martin is mad because I was on television. Who gives a shit? I mean, what does it matter?
These
TV
woods are
is not
haunted?
even a medium now. It's like, this is the media now. It's like YouTube is just the same thing. I mean, what were you saying?
Is that the name of the show? These Woods Are Haunted, Abe? I think.
Yeah, these woods are haunted. Yeah, it used to be
Terror in the Woods or something.
Terror in the Woods. There you go. And
season 3, episode 1.
Yeah.
And I did season 3, episode 2.
Yeah, that's when I first saw you guys.
Yeah, it was crazy. And I remember we did an investigation around that area years ago, around where those guys saw that creature. There's a resort there near the Choctaw. What's it called, Anthony? The Lake Texoma. And we interviewed a guy, and dude, I believe that's real. I believe there is something there at Lake Texoma. There's like an island right there too, and there is these creatures that are, I don't know, man. Like, one of the guys I talked to, he heard howls at night, and they found like this pack of coyotes that were just ripped all to hell. I mean, I don't know. And he was very nonchalant about it. He's like, yeah. He's like, you guys want to rent a jet ski? I was like looking at my brother like, this dude just told us literally there's monsters out there that killed a bunch of cows. You want a jet ski? I go, well. I said, no, we're going to go back to the casino, man. We're good. But thank you. Guys like, all right, well, just be careful out there. I'm just saying, it's rough. He's like, the Choctaw here, they don't come around here because I was like, because they're smart, and he's out there renting stuff, whatever. But to his credit, he said he tries to get out before dark, but he doesn't always make it. But he says, I always carry my, but he knew that there was some stuff out there. He wasn't full of shit. I mean, I think he knew. And then we ended up interviewing a tribal police officer out there, and from Choctaw Casino, and he told me, Tony, my brother, some wild shit, man. I mean, it was pretty rough. That happened near the Amish store right there. There is a small enclave of Amish people there, and the Mennonites, and they run that store. Are they? Hold it. Wait. Let me don't lie. Are they Mennonites that run that, or are they free world people? Not free world, but English people. The Dutch, they call them the English world. That's what the
Yeah.
Amish call
Right.
them.
I think
The
they're Mennonites.
Englishers.
They're Mennonites. I think they're
so.
Mennonites. Maybe I'm wrong, but I don't want to say something and then them go, "Oh, see, he lied to y'all. They're not the Mennonites. They're the." So I don't want to say it incorrectly, and then they jump all over me.
Yeah, both the Mennonites and the Amish refer to us as the Englishers.
The English, yeah. Yeah, I ran into some Mennonites and had a pretty good time talking to them at the how do you say it? Girardelli's in San Antonio. I had a conversation with them. We had ran into them and we were getting on the little boat that takes you over. I've been there about 100 times, but people come to Texas to visit. So you take them on the little boat. I took Bettina and Maddie when they came. And so I was doing the thing in San Antonio and went to the Mercado and all that. And so we ran into these Mennonites, and then later we were eating chocolate there, and there were 3 or 4 of them there, and we started talking. And I was fortunate enough to have 3. They went on Rumspringa, and they never went back.
Wow.
2 of them did, and another one they got him later. But Ezekiel, who's a mechanic, a friend of mine, I still to this day I talked to him just like maybe a month ago. We're still friends. I talked to him a night before Halloween. So we're still friends, and they were Pennsylvanian Amish, and they left on Rumspringa, and 2 of them, like I said, they never went back, and another one they went and they got their friend and got him to leave. But they worked for me at the club years ago, and that was the first time I heard about the black magic that they do. I mean, they were telling me some wild stuff. There was this goat man like creature that they would, not them, but that these Amish people would summon to go and do things to other people, and very dangerous stuff, stuff that was really forbidden, but they did it anyway.
Don't they have a book like it's called it's something
My
innocuous,
Companion or something like that?
My
What's it
Friend
called?
or My Companions?
Mhm.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's pretty bad. And so when I first heard about that, I was like, and so they explained to me, over a couple of beers, what it was like growing up as Amish kids and teenagers, and it was just crazy, man. I mean, their world is just the evil has seeped in everywhere. It is off the chain, dude. Like, I mean, some of the things that their abuse, these elders have this power. They can pretty much do what they want. And then if you were to go to a free world, not a free world, but an English world person and tell on them, they all close ranks, and then you're ostracized. Right. It's horrible, dude. I mean, I was blown away with some of the things they told me. But I was talking to the Mennonites, and we had a good conversation. They were fun to talk to because they straddle the line between modernism and the Dutch world. And so it's pretty interesting because they will go into the world and sell and do things for the Amish,
like point men for the Amish.
Yeah, they're like in between, and they even have like what they call like the Amish mafia. It's crazy. There was even a show for a while there that was about.
I've heard about that.
Yeah, and they'll have the unbaptized people go and do the bad things. Yeah, so like they'll make you some furniture that you can't refuse. Jebediah, I made this table. Don't make me hit you with the legs.
I've grown you potatoes you can't refuse.
Corny joke. But yeah, so anyways, we got to run, guys. Man, it's been 4 hours. Thank you for jumping on to everybody. Sparky, Abe, Kevin, definitely Elder Bear Claw, and Andres. Oh, you just jumped on. Andres, what did you have something to say? Did you want to say something?
Yeah, I just wanted to ask, between the real world and the dream world, this was actually related to the possibility that the realities at times overlap. That's why I asked that question.
For real.
Mm-hmm.
About that mall place I was asked, I noticed that whenever I went to a mall, that there would be one side near an entrance or an exit, there would always be an arcade of some kind. Mm-hmm. And I never saw anyone come in or out. And at one point, as I was growing older, it just vanished. Where that arcade that I saw is just a complete wall of concrete. I only went in there once, and it felt off for me. It felt to me it was real, but I think it was a dream. It appeared several times throughout my childhood, and I was wondering if it's possible that nobody else saw it but me. And this arcade was actually near a small playground with a bunch of little kids around it. So I'm wondering if that's a possibility because
Wow.
it appeared nearly every single time I was awake. But like I said before, I never noticed anybody come in or out. I only went in there once, and that's why I said it was this overlap between the real world and the dream world.
For real. Yeah, I have, as Josh and some of you know, I've had experience most of my life with prescient dreams, so I'm very familiar with what you're talking about. And when I was on Josh's show, I remember talking a lot about that. There were a surprising amount of people with similar experiences. I want to say goodnight and also want to apologize if my guitar playing was. I didn't think anyone could even hear it.
It didn't bother me. It was just a few people in the
It
chat.
wouldn't be the
They were
first
like,
time I've been asked to turn
you're
down,
good.
but it's the first time I've been asked to turn off.
I mean, if you know, if it wasn't that loud to me,
No.
I didn't think you could.
it didn't bother me.
I
Let's put it
wouldn't
that
have
way.
even. Anyway, but it was anyway. Good night. God bless everybody.
Good night, Kevin. Take care,
Thank
man.
you all.
Scorpion said something here. It says, being in the city of night always feels real, even though the dreams there, I believe it is a real and can affect you in the planet. It says, yes. Yes, because what I've seen in the city of night, and we need to get back to that because we have a lot to talk about on that one. We had, I can't remember her name. What was that lady? What was her name? Speaking of Pennsylvania, she was from I hate to say it, but I think she was from Philadelphia. She was talking about being in the city of night, and we were supposed to do her story. We haven't done her story.
Not the one with Petra.
No, that's a different. No, this woman she's from Philly, but she, like most people that are worth it, they're smart. They'll leave Philly. She moved somewhere to she moved out of there, that godforsaken place. Look at Chris Kramer. Kramer's like, hey, I'm not living there no more. He still roots for the Eagles, though, and too bad for them. That was brutal. I got to say, yesterday was brutal. The Cowboys just really, it was rough, man. I'm telling you, the Eagles, they looked real bad after that. You know, but they talked a lot of mess. That's why. That's what happens. But
hey, man, when do you want to talk about this book, Josh?
We will. Let me get through Thanksgiving and give me a holler.
You got it.
How about call me on Saturday?
I don't have your phone number, but I'll get you through Facebook.
Well, you can message me and I'll try to get there. I think Saturday I got free. I got some things I got to do, but I think Saturday I'm free.
I'll reach out
because I know the Longhorns are playing the Aggies on Friday.
Hey, how about Arch?
Aggies? And I know the Aggies are going to be so mad. You know, Brother Larry's going to have to call people and say, "Look,
how about Arch?
Them Aggies, okay, they're my gods." Okay.
After all the smack you're talking about Arch, look at the performance he put in the other day.
Yeah, he spanked Arkansas pretty bad, but the Aggies aren't Arkansas. But the Aggies aren't very good. I'm telling you, they have a hell of a defensive line. That's it. Or offensive line. Yeah, that's it. But I don't think that they're. But besides the trenches, they're not that great. I mean, they've beaten one team that's any good, and that was Notre Dame. Smart money would say Longhorns playing at home, I wouldn't bet against them.
Right.
I can tell you that. I mean, traditionally, they've always showed up and kind of spanked the Aggies, and the Aggies hate us for it. So it's a cult. It is. I tell my cousins that all the time, you know. But yeah, for sure, dude. We'll talk because I know that's on Friday, and then I know the Cowboys play the Chiefs on Thursday, and every game at this point for the Cowboys is like a playoff game. They lose one, they're pretty much done.
So midday around Saturday.
Yeah, get in touch with me in the afternoon.
Okay.
I don't got anything going on, but we will get to that. We need to talk about that lady's experiences because she was in the city of night, but it was really terrifying what happened to her because she was seeing these creatures. And when you kind of wake up and notice things, that's when they appeared. So yeah, and Scorpion has a lot of experience with the city of night. All right, guys, thank you for tuning in. Thank you for everybody that was here. Sorry we had to talk about this again, but when someone like her reaches out to me and wants me to give her a voice, I'm going to do it. And that's what I did because I'm so tired of these people. I'm tired of their shit.
Hey, thank you for that, dude.
The offer is on. Let them come and talk to me, because I would love more than anything to be able to say my piece in front of everybody, because I'm going to shut it down real quick. That's what they're so cowardly. They will not get on with me. Not ever. And they can't say anything about Abe because he throws it out there every night and says, "Bring it, dude," and they won't do it. They won't do it. What are they so scared of? What are they so scared of? They just spin all these lies and all this crap, but they don't do anything. I mean, what are we going to do? Attack them through the screen? Oh wait, you know what? We might astral project through their TV. It's a very real fear. Thousands upon thousands of people every year unalive through astral projections from televisions and computer screens.
But that's if they don't have the 50-foot
Real
angels
talk.
protecting them, like Larry did.
Yeah, Larry and Dana both. Dana said that angels held her husband down while she bashed his head in.
Yes.
She literally said that.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, she went to jail, folks, for bashing her husband's head in. She got the mug shot and everything. Go look it up. This is the person. That's why when she telling Elder today, I was like, this woman has no validity. She is just cuckoo bananas. Don't even bother with what she says. She says the most outlandish shit. She makes up entire scenarios. Real quick before we go, here's a funny one. I was a dirty, stinky old man that looked grungy, dirty, whatever. I was at a hotel. And I was so nasty and smelled so bad that they had to call somebody. And then they realized that I was the security. And I was fumbling around a stinky, dirty old man. I was just sitting there reading that going like, this woman needs to be writing fiction. She is missing her calling. Dude, she comes up with some shit. Dude, I'm sitting there going like, wow. Like entire scenarios, dude. Right now, she's got a fiction going that the money, because we helped Hunter, that we went broke, and now Nellie doesn't have money for food because we're broke because we gave the money to Hunter. Just so we can.
Oh, and also
Mike.
And also that money is cursed. Remember,
the money's cursed. What do you mean?
Yeah, she said that we cursed that money.
Oh, she said that? I didn't see that part.
Yeah, like somehow, some way we cursed money digitally and sent it to him, and that's why we sent him that birthday money.
I saw the one where Barton said that burned the PRT merch because it's cursed. Yeah, like he said, don't take any of our merch. And now I didn't know the money was cursed too.
Yeah.
Holy shit! Don't even take the money, bro.
So the money that we sent virtually, digitally.
Oh, she's talking about the Halloween thing. Is that what you're talking about?
Was it that? Probably.
I don't know. I didn't see it. But she also said that Hunter would have rather had a cup of water or something like that from her dad, from his dad, over the computer stuff we gave him. I said, right. Wow. Why don't we ask Hunter that? Let's ask him what he would rather, because I'm pretty sure he's not going to go, oh, thank you. I'd rather have this cup. Whatever, man. Too late now, man. You can't be a deadbeat dad, for all them years, and then all of a sudden I'm his dad. It's too late, bro.
What's on
the be like Waterboy,
Josh?
He's gonna be like Waterboy at the end of the movie.
Yeah, tries to come up and be his dad.
Josh, what's on the agenda tomorrow night?
Do what?
What's on the agenda tomorrow night?
Tomorrow night, I got nothing going on. I got to work, but that's it. But then we'll be back Wednesday.
What's
and then Thursday, I don't know, because Thursday's Thanksgiving. If we do anything, it'll be a live stream.
Right.
We're probably not going to have an episode on Thursday because it's Thanksgiving.
Right.
But Friday, we will be back with Sean trying to finish up his stuff. And then nothing going on Saturday, but then Sunday we'll be back again. So, yeah, that's pretty much it.
All right. But, I'll talk to you on Saturday. Everyone else, good night and God bless. Have a great holiday.
Have a great day, man. Thank you for coming on. Like I said, Sparky, you tried. You tried.
That's all we can do.
Yeah. I knew it was going to be what it was, but
yeah, I don't. Yeah, I think he was willing to do it because, well, we'll just leave it there.
Yeah.
So I hope he stays with it.
Yeah. We'll see.
You guys have a good night. I'll catch you later.
I'll see you.
Have a good one.
All right, Abe, are you going on to your show? Or are you going to call it a night?
I might do one. I'm not sure, but I do one and then just take screenshots and then they post it following day because that's all they can do.
That's all they can do, man. To take screenshots of us trying to make us look crazy. I don't care. Here's one for them.
Yeah.
Was
Got
it
nothing
about
else. They got nothing else better to do. I ain't worried about him. The video that he did today is not. He's literally around his vehicle, walking around his vehicle with a flashlight that shoots real far away. It's not an investigation. He's on the road. He's not even walking on the grass, going into the woods or nothing.
Ass in the seats, like he says.
He's just driving around. If you got the gas money to drive around like that, you got the gas money to, at least pay child support for a little hunter. If he's wasting gas money like that,
Yeah. Yeah.
I blessed Hunter for his birthday also. But I blessed him, Sister Melissa, for his birthday also.
That's awesome.
On the day of his birthday, it was like a late gift.
Money has changed hands between the states.
Cross state line.
Cross the state lines.
Ain't that true, Mike?
Trying to
speak now, forever be damned.
Forever be.
Like, who the hell talks like that?
A blessing is a blessing, man.
Comic book character.
So he's probably imagining all the money he got blessed with, and he said, "Man, I could have used that money to do this and do that."
Yeah.
Buy some views,
That's what he did. He bought views. I'm sure tonight and tomorrow it'll be 10,000 people.
He had 160 viewers. I think the max was like 260. Then I came on here when I was looking through the phone after he finished the show. It said he had like 2,000 and something viewers or something like that. Let me see. I'll tell you, because I posted it.
So he was buying views during the show.
Yeah, he bought the views after the show.
Okay.
Yeah, he bought it. He bought the views after the show. Let me see. Yeah, he had. Let me see.
Look at this.
At the end of the show, he had 1,290 views. But all through the show, he only had 160, 180. It really never went up too high. Yeah, 166. I was just watching it from the sidelines, and I jumped on the show, but I was still having it on my phone just to see who was going to jump. After the show is when he bought the views. I placed it on PRT News.
Look at that right there. He says here, hey, what does it say? Let me see. Trolls, I guess, is what that's supposed to be. It looks like a cockroach. I thought he was talking about himself, in my opinion. He says, hey, trolls, and you especially, you fat one. He's talking about me. Just past 29,700. Yeah. Growing fast. Well, yeah, because you're buying the shit. If you were you could probably surpass us, because you could just buy the shit. I mean, if you had the money. And he says here, thanks for the support and help. Should call you all clowns and not trolls. Okay. So, folks, hey, let's cheer him on, folks. Congratulations to Ike. He's getting a ton of views and a ton of support. Folks, he is well on his way to 30,000 members. That is quite an achievement, because that means that every time you get your government check, you have to go and buy this stuff and probably miss a meal or two. That says a lot, dude. That says a lot. It takes discipline to do that. It really does. Let's cheer him on. Good job, little trooper. Now, if you could just quit buying views and help your son, that would be an achievement. But hey, whatever it takes, right? Whatever it takes. I wouldn't be surprised if next month he's got 50,000 people who just decided all of a sudden to go and join his cause. I mean, there's people that they've conned over there. I see people, normal people, that they have literally conned into believing that we're these evil bad guys. And that's, it's pretty amazing. You have to really suspend reality, do a lot of mental gymnastics to believe that shit. But hey, whatever, man. Whatever makes
He
you
drives
choose.
around in his investigations with a little freaking flashlight on his forehead, man. Darting around like that, like he's freaking nuts. Then he gets off, goes around the vehicle with the other flashlight and the little light on his freaking head.
With both.
How are you gonna
And
do
he's
an
just going around the
investigation?
vehicle, and then he goes back in the vehicle and goes to another spot. Like, what the hell is that?
Wow.
How are you gonna
I'm
do an
doomed. Joe. What's the name of the
investigation
guy with the sheriff? Yeah, man. What kind of
Marty Fife?
investigation is that, Dirty Ike? Running around your
What
vehicle
were
with
you
a
saying?
flashlight. Don't even go into the woods or anything like that. What are you afraid of?
Yeah, he doesn't really. He always stays on the outskirts of it. That's the thing.
Yeah.
His whole show is supposed to be about boots on the ground. That's what you're supposed to do, Mike. You're supposed to be out in the woods because that's where you can grift the hardest. You don't have to remember people's encounters.
You're not investigating
You
when
don't
you
have
go
to
out to
have
the woods
guests.
with the headlamp and a Snickers bar. Like, dude, just chill out. Boots
He's got a
on the
flashlight,
ground.
the little light, and the headlights on his vehicle. They're on.
And
What kind of
then
crap
the
is
other
that?
one, she's so portly, she fell and tumbled. It's like, oh my gosh. Pendeja chingala. It's crazy. All right. I'm not going to say anything else because I don't want to get too much into it. All right. But yeah. What were you saying? He said something. How is he going to what? There's a last comment here. What were you saying?
Nothing. I just said it. Like, how are you gonna tell yourself that you're doing an investigation? Like,
Oh, yeah. Well,
you just go out with a cell phone, a headlamp, and a Snickers bar, and maybe a bottle. Well, no, not a bottle of water because it's not sweet and full of high fructose corn syrup. So a can of Dr. Pepper, a headlamp, a Snickers bar, and a cell phone, and that's boots on the ground. We're doing an investigation out here, folks, and with the boots on the ground, we're gonna find the people.
tune in next week as we do the Burger King chicken fingers versus the chicken McNuggets. We're going to see which one's the saltiest. We'll see which one. We're going to make our own sauce for this special.
Yes.
We will give away some to the audience. You get yourself some good old delicious dysentery too. Okay. All right. We're out of here.
And he's got the Rocha troopers on standby in the vehicle. Rocha troopers.
It's like Joe's apartment with the roach. Oh, man. All right, Abe. If you're going to go on, though, I'll see you later. All right.
I'll
Good
think
night.
about it.
All right.
All right.
I'll see you.
Good night, Abe.
So, folks, there you go. That was a Monday. It was a little different, but like I said, I had to do. Because she reached out to me, I felt like I needed to let her say her piece because of what happened to them. It was Saturday night, wasn't it?
Yeah.
And Saturday night, I had to go out and I said something on the show, and some people hopped on, and Abe came on, and Dick Richards came on, and. And I'm sorry that if you didn't get a bunch of stories and get what you wanted or whatever, but there is a plague in this community. There's a pestilence, and it has taken hold. And these people, they are what they are. They can twist and turn, and they say silly shit, and then they get people. This is what I'm talking about here. They get these people. It's sad because these people they don't know what's going on. They don't have and they get caught up in their lies, in their web. It's crazy. Let me see if I can find it real quick, and I'm going to read it to you. It was the one I just had on there. So there it is right here. This woman here, I'm not going to say her name, just GS, I'll call her that, says, I totally get it. It's just so sad that this person can harass so many and yet continues to think he is the victim. She's talking about me, right? I sincerely pray this man stops, but seriously don't think he will. Lady, you're not paying attention. We just had a woman come on here that got harassed on Saturday by them. This is why, dude, use some critical thinking here, okay? It's who he is, and that is so very sad. She used to be a listener to PRT though, but they've turned her into whatever that is now. Praying for Barton, Letitia, Shell. You need to pray for these people for sure, that they get some help, an exorcism maybe. Christopher, Dana, and all those this person has bullied and attacked. Lady, do you read the crazy shit that these people say? Do you read what Dana says about us? What Barton says about us? It would shell all the crap that's why that guy is going after her now. I had nothing to do with that. It's crazy. And they'll have you believe that they don't have a bunch of enemies outside of me. No, they have a ton of enemies. That's a little trick. Don't let them trick you. It says, all those this person has bullied and attacked. I also pray for Josh and Nellie that this stops. Save it, lady. You need to keep praying for them. Pray for them that they will come to Jesus and that they'll eventually stop being the way they are. But unfortunately for them, whatever they're doing, it's too late for them with us. Nothing is going to stop the train now. And I can't wait. I want to be before the judge. Please, Your Honor. I want to show them 100,000 different pieces of evidence from these people. But one thing at a time. So one day at a time, my day will come. It will definitely come. They think it's going to be for them. I don't know how they could possibly think that, because they have committed libel, slander, and defamation of all kinds. And I'm not afraid at all, because I didn't do what they did. I didn't cross those lines. They act like they have some kind of royal flush, and they don't. You're playing with the toilet, that's for sure, but it's not going to be the flush that you think it is. It's going to be a pack of turds flushed down the toilet. And it's not us. Okay. All right, guys, we're out of here. I thank you for tuning in. Thank you to everybody. We love you. Here it says, and Sparky says here, and after that live, Elder left with the live with Dana was blowing her Facebook and message. Oh my gosh. Yep. There it is. All right, guys. We'll see you. Thank you for tuning in. Good night.